You don't need a printed copy. Oh, it has a. I hit the gavel. Good morning, colleagues, staff, testifiers, people of the Virgin Islands, listening and viewing audience. The Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection meeting for Tuesday, November 30th is hereby called to order. Before we proceed to roll call, I must note my disturbance regarding the senseless shootings that took place this past weekend and claimed the life of a 26-year-old young man in St. Thomas and a 40-year-old businessman on St. Croix. My heart goes out to the family and loved ones of both individuals, and I pray that our God will grant you comfort. It is not easy when you lose a loved one to an act of violence. So I would like to issue at this time a very fervent plea to urge persons who may have knowledge or information about these crimes to please step up and be courageous and report what you know and what you've seen to the police. If you prefer and feel more comfortable reporting this information anonymously and would prefer not to reveal your identity, please call Crime Stoppers. This is a very good tool that our police force have been using for almost a decade. You can contact Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-TIPS. That's 1-800-222-8477, or visit their website at www.crimestoppersvi.org. On a bright side, today marks the last day of the 2021 hurricane season. We all need to give thanks to our God for sparing us from hurricanes for another year. I don't know about you, Senator Francis, or any members, or even the listening and viewing audience, but I definitely am thankful that we didn't have a hurricane this year. God does answer prayers, and knowing we in the Virgin Islands, we have endured so much with this pandemic, as well as the two back-to-back Category 5 hurricanes in 27, and many of us are still recovering. So our God have remained faithful and merciful to us. We need all the grace and mercy that our God can give us at this time. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Present.
Present.
Senator Javon E. James Sr. present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Carla J. Joseph present.
Madam Clerk, I see Senator Francis Heiliger on the teams. Senator Francis Heiliger, for the record, acknowledge that you are present.
I am present. I'm present.
Thank you so much. We see you. We see you. Thank you so much. Senator Francis Heiliger is present as well. Madam Clerk,
Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter absent. Madam Chair, you have 4 present, 3 absent.
thank you so much, Madam Clerk, and thank you so much, colleagues. We have a quorum. We are able to conduct the people's business today. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to reading into the record today's agenda.
The Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection has scheduled a meeting for 9:30 a.m. on Tuesday, November 30th, 2021, in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall, St. Thomas. The purpose of the meeting is to receive testimony and consider Bill Number 34-0146, an act acknowledging and commemorating the memory of Mary Thomas, Axeline Solomon, Matilde McBean, Susanna Abramson, and other estate laborers before, during, and after the labor uprising in 1874 or Fireburn, and their courageous pursuit of human rights, freedom from self-government, and improvement of labor conditions in the Danish West Indies, and commending the excessive, cruel, and unjust punishments meted out for the laborers by Danish government. This bill is sponsored by Senators Javon E. James Sr., Marvin A. Blyden, and Genevieve R. Whitaker. The committee will also receive testimony and consider Bill Number 34-0150, an act honoring and commending former Governor John Percy DeYoung, Jr. for his significant service and contribution to the people of the Virgin Islands, and for his tireless efforts to help expand and grow economy of the Virgin Islands, and naming the walkway and improvement adjacent to the Virgin Islands Veterans Drive Highway on the island of St. Thomas, the John D. Young Jr. Promenade. This bill is sponsored by Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. and Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Finally, the committee will receive testimony on the operations of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Economic Research and the Virgin Islands Company Limited, WICO. Block 1. The committee will receive testimony considering Bill Number 34-0146, an act acknowledging and commemorating the memory of Mary Thomas, Axeline Solomon, Matilda McBean, Susanna Abramson, and other estate laborers before and after the labor uprising in 1878 or Fireburn, and the courageous pursuit of human rights, freedom for the serfdom variant, and improvement of labor conditions in the former Danish West Indies, and condemning the excessive, cruel, and unjust punishment meted out for the laborers by the Danish government. This bill was sponsored by Senators Javon E. James Sr., Marvin A. Blyden, and Genevieve R. Whitaker. The invited testifiers are Mr. Edward Brown, MD, Ms. Stephanie Chalena Brown, Director of Division of the Virgin Islands, Virgin Cultural Education, the Honorable Myron Jackson, former Senator, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Ms. Chezira Davis Kahina, PhD, Director of the Virgin Islands Caribbean Cultural Center. Block 2. The committee will receive testimony on the Virgin Islands Bureau of Economic Research operations, but not limited to enabling law and jurisdiction. The invited testifier is Alison Digazon, PhD, Director of the Bureau of Economic Research. Block 3. The committee will also receive testimony concerning Bill Number 34-0150, an act honoring and commending former Governor John Percy DeYoung Jr. for his significant service and contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands and for his tireless efforts to help expand and grow the economy of the Virgin Islands, and naming the walkway an improvement adjacent to the Virgin Islands for the Veterans Drive Highway on the island of St. Thomas, the John D. Young Jr. Promenade. This bill was sponsored by Senators Novell E. Francis Jr. and Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. The invited testifiers are the Honorable Roosevelt C. David, former Senator of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, Mr. Darrell Smalls, former Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works, Mr. Louis Penn, former Chief of Staff of the Government House, Barbara Peterson, former Administrator, Mr. Angel Dawson, former Commissioner, Department of Finance, Mr. Percy Clouden, former CEO of Economic Development Authority, Reverend Lenroy KB, Pastor, St. Andrew's Episcopal Church, Ms. Kanta Basandamalani, President of the Rotary Club of St. Thomas. Block 4. The committee will receive testimony on the West Indian Company Limited, WICO, operations but not limited to enabling law and jurisdiction. The invited testifier is Anthony Otley, President, CEO of the West Indian Company Limited. That would end the reading of the agenda. Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. The committee stands in a 1-minute recess. We are back on record. Madam Clerk, are there any correspondences to be read into the record?
Okay. The Honorable Carla Joseph, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Chairwoman Joseph, I regret to inform you that due to prior travel arrangements, I will be unable to attend the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection hearing, scheduled for November 30th, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Conference Room on St. Thomas. Please accept my apologies for any inconvenience this may have caused and record my absence as excused. Additionally, please accept my best wishes for a productive and successful hearing. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Respectfully, Marvin A. Blyden, Majority Leader, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. The Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairwoman of the Committee of Government Operations and Consumer Protection, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, Virgin Island, 00804. Dear Senator Joseph, due to an unforeseen scheduling conflict, I am unable to attend the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection meeting scheduled for Tuesday, November 30th, 2021. I look forward to receiving any materials distributed at the hearing, and I am therefore requested to be excused. Thank you for your understanding in this matter. Sincerely, Franklin D. Johnson, Committee Member. Dear Chairwoman, Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairwoman, Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, Virgin Islands, 00802. Dear Chairwoman Joseph, I am unable to attend the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection meeting scheduled for November 30th, 2021 in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas. I will be outside of the territory. Please record my absence as excused. I wish you and my colleagues a productive committee meeting, and I thank you for your understanding. Sincerely, Milton E. Potter. That would end the reading of the correspondence.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, for the record, could you please note that Senator Marvin A. Blyden, based on his letter, is excused, as well as Senators Franklin D. Johnson and Milton E. Potter. Please mark them all as excused for today's committee meeting. Madam Chair, proceed with reading into the record Block 1 on our agenda.
Block 1. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill Number 34-0146, an act acknowledging and commemorating the memory of Mary Thomas, Exeline Salomon, Matilda McBean, Susanna Abramson, and other estate laborers before, during, and after the labor uprising of 1878, or Fireburn, and their courageous pursuit of human rights, freedom from serfdom variant, and improvement of labor condition in the former Danish West Indies, and condemning the excessive, cruel, and unjust punishment meted out for the laborers by the Danish government.
Hello.
This bill is sponsored by Senator Javon E. James Sr., Marvin A. Blyden, and Genevieve R. Whitaker. The invited testifiers are Mr. Edward Brown, ND, the Honorable Myron Jackson, former Senator Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Ms. Stephanie Chalana Brown, Director of the Division of Virgin Islands Cultural Education, Ms. Chazira Davis Kahina, PhD, Director of the Virgin Islands Cultural Center.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of this bill? Senator James, we cannot hear you.
I do. Media?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear now. Kindly proceed, Senator James.
Madam Chair, I speak on behalf of Bill number 34-0146, an act acknowledging and commemorating the memory of Mary Thomas, Axelyn Solomon, Mathilde McBean, Susanna Abramson, and other estate laborers before, during, and after the labor uprising of 1878, known as the Fire Burn. Before I get into the bill, the introduction of the bill, I want to thank all the testifiers for participating and involving themselves in putting this bill together. Bill number 34-0146 is a meaningful piece of legislation that we have been working on for several months. I want to thank once again each and every single testifier for participating in the group's discussion regarding this bill. Bill number 34-0146. Whereas Danish rulers formed a board of trade in 1668 and secured a commercial treaty with Britain providing for the unmolested settlement of uninhabited islands in the Leeward Islands of the Lesser Antilles. Whereas Denmark seized the islands of St. Thomas in 1672, St. John in 1718. Whereas Denmark purchased the island of St. Croix from France on June 15, 1733 for the amount of 750,000 livres. Whereas King Frederick of Denmark and Danish Prime Minister Anders S. Orsted ratified the labor law of 1849, which bound the formerly enslaved to one-year contracts on plantations, sanctioning serfdom in the former Danish West Indies. Whereas serfdom is defined as a condition or status of a tenant who is by law, custom, or agreement bound to live and labor on land belonging to another person and to render some determined service to such other person, whether for reward or not, and is not free to change his or her status. Whereas on October 1st, 1878, estate laborers on St. Croix organized a protest against the planters from the estate laborers suspected of wanting to exploit them by not repealing the detested 1849 regulations. The protest escalated from October 1st, 1878 to October 5th, 1878, when houses, sugar mills, sugar fields, and stores on about 50 plantations on St. Croix were burned down. Over half the city of Frederiksted was burned down, as well as Mill Island and some parts of what is known as Christiansted, with the intention of burning down all the way east to Bassin Jailhouse. Whereas immediately after the labor uprising of 1878, widely known as Fire Burn, the court martials were established in Christiansted and Frederiksted. Over 400 laborers were arrested. 12 people were given death sentences and immediately executed. More than 39 were given death sentences and sent to Copenhagen. However, most of them later had their sentences commuted to hard labor, and the last 5 to imprisonment with hard labor for life. Among the latter were Mary Thomas, Axelyn Solomon, Mathilde McBean, Susanna Abramson, and Felicita James. Whereas Mary Thomas, Axeline Solomon, Mathil McBean, and Susanna Abramson arrived in 1882 at the women's prison in Christianshavn in Copenhagen, Denmark. Whereas Mary Thomas, Axeline Solomon, Mathil McBean, and Susanna Abramson would serve their sentence in the women's prison until 1887, when they were sent back to Christiansted to serve out the remainder of their sentences. Whereas the legislature of the Virgin Islands acknowledges Mary Thomas, Axeline Solomon, Mathil McBean, Susanna Abramson, and other estate laborers before, during, and after the labor uprising of 1878 had the human right to pursue freedom from the serfdom variant that existed in the Danish West Indies. Whereas the legislature of the Virgin Islands believes the punishments approved by the Danish government and meted out to Mary Thomas, Axeline Solomon, Mathil McBean, Susanna Abramson, and other estate laborers after the labor uprising of 1878 was excessive, unjust, and cruel. Whereas October 1st, 2023 will mark the 145th anniversary of the labor uprising of 1878 on the island of St. Croix in the former Danish West Indies. And whereas Act number 7158 established Fireborn Day, commemorated in public schools each October 1st. Now therefore, be it enacted by the legislature of the Virgin Islands. Section 1, the legislature of the Virgin Islands, on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands, respectfully acknowledges and commemorates the memory of Mary Thomas, Axeline Solomon, Mathil McBean, Susanna Abramson, and other estate laborers before, during, and after the labor uprising of 1878 in their pursuit of human rights, freedom from serfdom, and improvement of labor conditions in the former Danish West Indies, and condemns the excessive, unjust, and cruel punishment these heroines suffered. Section 2. The Virgin Islands Council of the Arts shall cause to be erected on the island of St. Croix a monument to honor and commend the Fireborn queens and estate laborers who took part in the Fireborn labor uprising of 1878. The sum of $250,000 is appropriated in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022 from the Community Facilities Trust account to the Virgin Islands Council of the Arts, subject to the financial disclosure and reporting requirements of Title II Virgin Islands Code, Section 29, to provide for and coordinate the erection of the statue authorized in subsection A. Section 3. Within 30 days after the enactment of this act, the governor shall appoint a 5-member advisory committee composed of 1, a representative from the office of the governor, 2, a native Virgin Islands historian, 3, a sculptor, 4, a representative from the Caribbean Museum, and 5, a member from the private sector. B, the Virgin Islands Council of the Arts shall work in conjunction with the advisory committee for the erection of the monument. The advisory committee shall take the lead in determining the location, design, materials for the monument, and the ceremony for the 145th anniversary celebration. C, the statue must be completed by October 1st, 2023 in recognition of the 145th anniversary of the Fireborn labor uprising of 1878. D, the Virgin Islands Council of the Arts and the Advisory Committee shall submit a report for each fiscal year detailing the status of the completion of the monument to the office of the governor and the president of the legislature. Colleagues, I'm asking for your support on Bill number 34-0146. In addition to the bill that is before you, I have Amendment 34-356, My staff is in the chamber, so if you do not have the copy of Amendment 34-356, we will gladly circulate this amendment. The amendment seeks to address several minor concerns that was brought to my attention by some of the stakeholders of this legislation. Once again, I just want to say thank you to my colleagues for signing on. Thank you, Madam Chair, for putting this important meeting together. Thank you to Governor Albert Bryan Jr. for allowing us to use the Community Facilities Trust Fund. We have been in constant communication with the Office of the Governor regarding this legislation and making sure that the monies from the Community Facilities Trust Fund be used for something that is meaningful to Virginia's history and culture for years to come, for locals and even tourists to enjoy. Lastly, I want to say thank you to my hardworking staff for putting these important meetings together to make sure that this bill comes into fruition. Colleagues, once again, I ask for your support on Bill number 34-0146, an act acknowledging and commemorating the memory of Mary Thomas, Axeline Solomon, Mathil McBean, Susanna Abramson, and all estate laborers before, during, and after the labor uprising of 1878, better known as Firebun. In closing, I just want to say, God bless the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you so much, Senator James. I didn't anticipate you to read the whole entire bill into the record, but we want to really thank you so much for presenting it. You mentioned an amendment and that your staff would be in the well here. There's no staff member from your team in the well, and as far as the chair is concerned, I haven't seen the amendment that you alluded to and you mentioned in your statement in speaking on behalf of the bill. But we will go ahead. We will go ahead, Senator James, in the meantime, and call up the testifiers who are here and prepared and ready to move forward to testify on behalf of this bill.
Point of information.
You're recognized, Senator James.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on the agenda that I had, it was made mention that the hearing will be held at the Fritz E. Lawetz conference room. It was recently changed to the Earl B. Attlee Legislative House, so I do apologize. So when I did say that my staff would be in the chambers, I meant based on the last agenda, which is the Fritz E. Lawetz conference room. And as far as the reading of the bill, for important measures like this, we want to make sure that we read everything into the agenda so the community can know exactly what is going on. And we will circle the amendment to everyone, circulate the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Jim. I just don't want the devil to get in here this morning because I already have started to give God the praise. This agenda change and the like came out exceeding the time frame of our rules. We have 7 days to put out the agenda, and it was sent out with the agenda change to the Earl B. Attlee from since 7 days prior to the time frame that we are required by the rules. Now, I don't know where or what is happening with your team members. That is not for me. I know you're going to be more than diligent to work that out. But as far as what we have before us, we don't have any amendments, and we don't see any members from your team in the well here or in the St. Croix district. They're not present, and I could ask media as well to pull them up. Nonetheless, we will proceed with the individuals you have provided to actually testify on this piece of legislation. I know we have before us, I saw him, Dr. Edward L. Brown. A pleasant good morning. Pleasant good morning. Testifiers, before we proceed, what I normally do because of the pandemic, we all are testifying virtually. Just be sure to say good morning. We're going to do a really quick mic check and to make sure that you all are up and running. And so, Dr. Brown, that's you?
Yes.
Pleasant good morning.
And I just want to I just want to make a quick correction. I don't have a medical degree. I have a Doctor of Education in Counseling Psychology. That's an EDD. So I just wanted to make that for the record. So thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you so much for that clarity. Also, we have before us a representative from the Department of Education, Ms. Stephanie Brown. Ms. Brown?
Yes, good morning, Honorable Senator Carla Joseph. Good morning to you.
A pleasant good morning to you as well. And we also have a written testimony that will be read into the record from former Senator, the Honorable Myron Jackson. And we should also have, as the last testifier here, Ms. Chinzara Davis Kahina, PhD. Is she with us?
Good morning. It's Dr. Chinzira.
Chinzira. Thank you kindly for the correction, Dr. Chinzira.
No problem.
Okay, I don't see you on. There is. Okay, and then we have someone else. I don't know. I don't have you slated as an invited testifier. So I'm not sure. Hold on a second for me.
For point of information.
Miss Renee Charleswell.
Yes, hi, good morning.
A pleasant good morning. You will be testifying also on this bill?
No, I'm actually here in support of Director Brown from the Department of Education.
Okay, because of our bandwidth, understood, and I'm very thankful for that. And also we have another person from the Department of Education in support of Ms. Brown.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Joseph. I am Cynthia B. Moore, legal counsel for the Department of Education, here in support of Stephanie Brown.
Okay, great. I'm very thankful that all of you are present from the Department of Education. Because we have limited bandwidth, I'm going to ask the two staff members of the Department of Education to please turn off your video, and so that we could be able to save on the bandwidth. And also we have the sponsor of the bill who is joining us virtually. So we want to make sure we conserve and have the correct people be seen by our public and as well as the members here in the chamber. We will proceed first with Dr. Brown. We will proceed first with your testimony. Then we will move on to Ms. Stephanie Chalana Brown, your testimony. And after that, we'll have the testimony by Dr. Chinzara Davis Kahina. And finally, the testimony from the former senator, the Honorable Myron Jackson, will be read into the record. Senator James, you had a point of information, a point of inquiry?
Yes, I have a point of information. I just want to correct the record. You just mentioned that one of the testifiers was not on the agenda, but you just called her name. I just want to give her the respect. And that's Miss Davis Kahina. You said earlier that she's not on the agenda and you don't see her name, but you just called her name. But I just want to place it on the record that she is here and she played a major role in putting this bill together. I just want to show her that respect. Thank you.
Senator James, I'm not sure if it's because of the transmission, but I did recognize Dr. Davis Kahina, and I recognize her as being a testifier, one, and two, so the record is clear, the mention of those persons who were not on the agenda were Dr. Renee Charleswell, and as well as the attorney Cynthia Morris, I believe, who are here in support of of the Department of Education. I know the transmission may be a little bumpy, but that is exactly what was placed on the record, so we are clear. I tell you, the devil is a busy man today, but not here. All right, so let's proceed with the first testimony. And before you begin, with everybody, please be so kind to mute your mics so that the testifier isn't interrupted with a lot of background noise. Thank you kindly.
Do I go ahead, Madam Chair?
You may proceed, Dr. Edwards.
Very good. Good morning again to everyone. It is always an honor to testify before this august body. Before I discuss Bill number 34-0146, I would like to first acknowledge Dr. Isaac Ducan for his work entitled A History of the Virgin Islands of the United States, and Mr. Peter H. Jensen for his work entitled From Serfdom to Fire, Burn, and Strike, The History of Black Labor in the Danish West Indies, 1848 to 1916. I would not be here today testifying on this very important bill if not for the amazing research done by Dr. Ducan and Mr. Jensen. Today, I stand in support of Bill number 34-0146. This historic piece of legislation was constructed with the intent to acknowledge and commemorate the lives of Mary Thomas, Axeline Solomon, Matilda McBean, Susanna Abramson, and other plantation laborers before, during, and after the labor uprising of 1878, also known as the Fire Burn. The four queens, as they are often referred to, and the other plantation laborers had the inalienable right to seek freedom from the serfdom variant that existed in the former Danish West Indies. Serfdom and its variants are considered models of human enslavement by numerous international bodies. It is clear to me that the punishments approved by the Danish government and handed down to Mary Thomas and the other plantation laborers after the labor uprising of 1878 were excessive, cruel, and unjust. I have studied models related to slavery over the years, and the serfdom variant that existed in the Danish West Indies is one of the worst I have ever researched. On August 18, 1853, King Frederick VII of Denmark gave royal assent to the Ordinance for the Prevention of Vagrancy in the Danish West Indies. The Ordinance for the Prevention of Vagrancy in the Danish West Indies would aid in the creation of the serfdom variant. Then Danish Prime Minister Anders S. Orsted did nothing to alter the actions taken on August 18, 1853 by King Frederick VII. What made this serfdom variant so abhorrent was that from day one, the primary focus was on enslaving and exploiting the most vulnerable. Children under 12, the sick, the disabled, and elders with chronic illnesses made up the most vulnerable group of inhabitants in the Danish West Indies. These third-class plantation laborers encountered a serfdom variant that robbed them of their freedom and so much more. The serfdom variant that existed in the Danish West Indies was elaborate and meticulously implemented. It had elements of slavery, involuntary servitude, forced labor, and even a wage system. The casual reader of VI history might not fully understand how elements of slavery, involuntary servitude, and forced labor can exist when wages are being paid. However, the wage component should be viewed within the context of sanctioned ordinances and the colonial laws of 1852, 1863, and 1906. The predominantly Black labor force in 1878 continued to face economic, legal, political, and social impediments even after emancipation from chattel slavery in 1848. I truly believe Bill number 34-0146 will send a strong message to the Danish government and its people about the importance of historical accuracy. Several years ago, I read an article on a Danish website in which Mary Thomas and the other plantation laborers were referred to as domestic terrorists for their actions in 1878. I want the record to clearly state, Mary Thomas and the other plantation laborers were not domestic terrorists. They were freedom fighters. These brave men and women decided enough was enough and made the courageous decision to rid themselves of the shackles of oppression. The extreme violence unleashed against Mary Thomas and the other plantation laborers by Governor General Jangus August Guard and the leaders within the Danish government during the reign of King Christian IX was wrong. The punishments were excessive, cruel, and unjust. In closing, I would like to thank Senator Giovanni James Sr. and his staff for their efforts in bringing this bill before the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection. I again declare my full support for Bill number 34-0146. Madam Chair, I thank you for the time, and I hope members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands will support this momentous bill as it moves through the legislative process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edwards. We will now proceed to hear the testimony from Ms. Stephanie Chalana Brown, Director of the Division of the Virgin Islands Department, Culture, Virgin Islands Cultural Education.
Good morning. Thank you. Again, good morning, Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, Chairwoman of the Government Operations and Consumer Protection Committee, members of the committee, other senators present, and fellow Virgin Islanders. I am Stephanie Chalana Brown, Director of the Virgin Islands Department of Education's Division of Virgin Islands Cultural Education, testifying on behalf of the Honorable Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Bill number 34-0146, an act acknowledging and commemorating the memory of Mary Thomas, Axeline Solomon, Mathilde McBean, Susanna Abramson, and other estate laborers during and after the 1878 labor uprising or fire burn, as well as their courageous pursuits of human rights, freedom from serfdom variants, and improvement of labor conditions in the former Danish West Indies, and condemning the excessive, cruel, and unjust punishment meted out to the laborers by the Danish government. Again, today with me present is Attorney Cynthia Moore, our legal counsel. The Virgin Islands Department of Education supports Bill number 34-0146 because it pays tribute to the valiant and courageous laborers whose efforts have resulted in the many of liberties Virgin Islanders enjoy today. My professional support of this bill stems from my position as State Director of the Virgin Islands Cultural Education, and my personal support for this bill stems from me being an artist and documentarian in the Virgin Islands, as well as being from a descendant of some of the first enslaved persons brought to the Dano-Norwegian colonies. Mary Thomas, Axeline Solomon, Mathilde McBean, and Susanna Abramson, the four queens, as they are affectionately known, have come to embody the spirit of the 1878 labor riots. While these women are now honored and stand as a source of deep local pride, we must remember that their names was once tarnished and demonized by colonial forces due to their activism. Many of our students today frequently see social justice activists on social media and on national television networks, with some activists receiving book deals and celebrity-like status. However, the laborers who participated in the 1848 labor riots did not receive any such accolades. The queens and the other laborers willingly participated in an act of open resistance for the cause of equality and equity, despite the fact that they would face certain danger and possible death. Often with the annuals of history, it has been those with little to no options and living in deplorable conditions that possess the fortitude to confront such danger in order to reclaim their souls, bodies, and communities' autonomy. This bill ensures that public art creation and ongoing education about our ancestors' valor and dignity in the face of oppression will be memorialized to perpetuity. The Division of Virgin Islands Cultural Education has compiled a significant number of resources over decades and is currently digitizing them in order to provide educators and students with additional context for the events leading up to the 1878 riots. These digitized resources will be available to all Virgin Islanders for years to come. Furthermore, the division recently published a digital resource titled the Virgin Islands Cultural Education Notebook, Emancipation on July 3rd. The notebook includes details on July 3rd, 1848 emancipation of enslaved people of the Danish West Indies, as well as the 1848 revolutions, also known as the Springtime of the Peoples. Both historic events occurred 30 years before the 1878 labor riots. As with the Danish West Indies enslaved peoples, numerous Europeans took matters into their own hands and rebelled against oppressive institutions and adversely impacted their lives, their quality of lives. Both the Danish West Indies and Europe changed dramatically in 1848 with the overthrow of numerous monarchies and colonial powers. However, living conditions for newly freed people in Denmark's West Indies remain largely unchanged, and a new form of slavery developed. History has shown us that oppressive systems or practices always tend to re-emerge if left unchecked. Thus, the Division of Virgin Islands Cultural Education is committed to continuing its efforts to teaching Virgin Islands students to be vigilant, culturally aware citizens in order to put an end to these systems. Even after emancipation, systems of oppressions against Black colonial subjects were reinstated. This term serfdom was used in this legislation to refer to the oppressive state in which African descendants were compelled to serve and rely on white land-owning classes. We should be alert to new forms of modern-day serfdom that emerge to oppress certain groups and communities. Some significant areas include restrictive voting rights, excessive and frequently deadly police force, food insecurity, environmental insecurity, among others. The Virgin Islands Department of Education is pleased to serve as a partner and liaison to the proposed 5-member advisory committee charged with the responsibility of erecting a monument commemorating the 145th anniversary of the 1878 labor riots in 2023. Historically, the queens have been portrayed exclusively through white Euro lenses as negative Black female characters. Queen Mary was already widely known prior to the riots, owing her personality and charm and influence over her estate. However, for a century, her physical and cultural imagery has been portrayed as a ruthless, inspiring propaganda and negative stereotypes of Black women. Even one of our most famous scratch pan calypsonians stated in a documentary that as a child growing up in the Virgin Islands, he was fed propaganda that Queen Mary was a myth, while white American frontier characters were presented as genuine heroes. We must do everything within our power to ensure that the memory of our local liberation soldiers is not forgotten. This is yet another reason why the Department of Education supports Bill number 34-0146, as it will be used to complement our current teachings of VI history within our school. This year, in light of the coronavirus pandemic, the Division of Virgin Islands Cultural Education commemorated the 1878 labor riots with a Zoom and Facebook Live program featuring guest artist Lavon Bell, the co-creator of I Am Queen Mary Monument in Denmark. The virtual commemoration was a success, drawing participation from local historians and even international audiences. It is critical to the Department of Education that our stories are made accessible to all our students at all costs. Although the slogan, "I Can't Breathe," is associated with police killings of Eric Garner in 2014 and George Floyd in 2020, as well as the intensification of the Black Lives Matter, Henry Trotman and Joseph LaGrange are less known figures. On October 1st, 1878, these two men celebrated crude holiday known as Contract Day in Frederiksted, St. Croix, when Danish officers used lethal force to put an end to the men's enjoyment of drink on their day off. According to historic documents, the community was able to save LaGrange, but Trotman was brutally assaulted and many laborers believed he died on the way to Bazin jailhouse. According to written documents, this event was the catalyst for the 1878 labor riots, as noted in the refrain of the popular folk song, Queen Mary, where you going to burn? The folk lyrics then identifies Tis Bazin jailhouse as the location the angry laborers were headed to burn down. Laborers set fire to sugar plantations on their way to the jailhouse in Christiansted, and many more African Danish West Indians were killed than white Danish soldiers. Many local historians have asserted that Queen Mary Thomas is buried in estates Williams Delight on St. Croix, but no memorial or gravestone has ever been erected to identify the heroine's final rest. Devoted to validating and preserving oral traditions. Additionally, there are no memorials erected on the estates and former sugar plantation honoring the enslaved Africans and their descendants who were brought to these shores and generated enormous wealth for individuals from Ireland, England, Germany, and most notably Denmark. It is our hope that the enacting of this bill will change that. Bill 34-0146 serves as a call to action for Virgin Islands to be part of telling a story. We are all indebted to all those who have done historical research-based information for all of us to learn. In closing, the Department of Education lends its full support to Bill 34-0146, as the bill represents additional support and resources to our teaching of the history of our four queens and the ancestors in our public education system. It is important to note that the 1878 labor riots is not merely a local story, rather it's part of a larger global movement devoted to identifying and eliminating injustice and inequity. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on this historic bill. We stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brown, for your testimony, your very detailed testimony. We will now ask and recognize Dr. Davis Kahina to present her testimony and read her testimony into the record.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Carla J. Joseph, and to your colleagues, I extend a very warm, a very welcoming good morning. I want to take a moment.
One moment, Dr. Davis Kahina. Did you forward your written testimony to the committee?
No, I did not, because there isn't a written testimony. Me speaking on the four queens is very quite extemporaneous, because I've been saying this since the 1980s. Okay. So it's to the point, it's very concise.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure and check my record in case that we had missed it, to just make sure. Thank you kindly. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. As I was sharing, with the protocol already being established in regards to all of the distinguished, honorable representatives of the 34th legislature that are present physically as well as virtually, to my fellow testifiers, it's always an honor and a privilege to be amongst esteemed scholars, activists, artivists, et al., to share in this particular support of Bill number 34-0146. As I said in the beginning, I'm going to start with what I will send is a copy of an article that I've published on the Queens of the Virgin Islands, period. I think that that's a better testimony than me creating something just for today for this particular bill. And I'm going to start with a particular quote directly from this. Historically, documented narratives are intertwined within dramatic pose herein to reveal perspectives of the multifaceted cultural heritage resources, not just folklore, but the griot, ancestral, traditional cultural heritage narratives of our own people, pre and post enslavement. Those experiences of people of African ancestry, ascent, descent, are to be recognized and honored. And I share that because many times when we talk about queens of the fire burn, we oftentimes overlook that there were many, named and unnamed. There were many that were executed, and it wasn't even documented that they were executed. So this whole testimony that I'm sharing today is around full support of this particular bill that is, in my personal opinion, very long overdue. October 1st has been a holiday highlighted by organizations like the United Caribbean Association. Most persons remember Yuca because our bellies are enticed and the delectables that come from the restaurant. And I'd like us to go into why Yuca, the United Caribbean Association, was even formed. By the mere name alone, the intention was to preserve, conserve cultural narratives and to give it from the perspective of those persons of African, let me be specific, Native, Indigenous African ancestry right here in St. Croix. And of course, spreading it throughout the Caribbean because many of us have ties throughout the region. The fact that we're here honoring this particular opportunity, because this is a very serious strategic opportunity where the words reparatory justice, reparations did not have to be mentioned in this particular bill because it is implied that there has to be some type of reparatory justice through education, through counseling, through the trauma that was referenced even in Dr. Brown's commentary. The historiography that has tended to be overlooked is shared in Director Brown's recent testimony and commentary. And just in general, what has been taking place in the Virgin Islands, especially here in the cultural capital of the entire Virgin Islands, St. Croix, for decades upon decades. So when we say Queen Mary Thomas, when we say Queen Mathilde McBean, when we say Queen Susanna Abramson, when we say Queen Axelina Solomon, when we say Queen Felicita James, and there's others, it is really critical that we give this the same type of importance like in any other part of the world. When we have National Heroes Day, we have Virgin Islands Freedom Fighters Day that oftentimes gets overlooked. We have Fire Burn Day. It's not just about that they burned thing to the ground. It was about what was existing in the economy, in the industries that were powering the Danish West Indies in the 1870s that would give rise. This wasn't just a happenstance. It wasn't people just reacting and just becoming emotional. There were circumstances of inequity, of a new type of enslavement, Jim Crow, pre-Jim Crow, if you will, a overarching theme of witnessing injustices and excessive use of force, abuse of authority, extortion, execution. It was terrorism before the term terrorism was very prominent. All of the elements of terrorism are connected to what took place around the fire burn because persons were demanding and literally decreeing their freedom, even at a time where they were supposed to be free. So granted, they were free to move from plantation to plantation following contract day. And some persons have an issue with the term contract day. And you're right, up to 1878, October 1st, and even after 1878, October 1st is still the time where contracts are renewed, etc. But from 1878 forward, the people that felt that spirit of fire, not just fire, fire, like sparking, it was revolutionary to the eyes of many because not everybody expected that kind of response. People talk about they're going to spark it up. But in 1878, people actually put not just pen to paper, match to trash, literally, and burned what they knew was going to obviously enact change and transformation. I'm very much so in support of this because we have reached a peak, a plateau, where it is imperative for Virgin Islanders, residents, natives, tourists, visitors to come to this space and to respect, I'm gonna say that term again, and to respect what they see here, what they meet here. If you don't like it, you're free to choose. But you should have respect for the long-standing history, culture, and traditions that have been brought into place around the fire burn. We have a documentary being screened for the first time here, produced by Angela Golden Bryan. I want to highlight that because that's something that the Virgin Islands Caribbean Cultural Center, along with the University of the Virgin Islands, had the opportunity to be a sponsor of. There are many other films like that. There's The Queens of the Virgins that's been screened every other part of the world, except Asia, except Australia, few countries on the continent, except here. I just want to highlight that for a lot of reasons, and I'll leave that commentary to Director Brown. It's an inside joke. Dr. George Franklin, we know as Dr. Zay, was one of the forerunners of speaking about how do we create monuments to honor all of the labor freedom fighters of the fire burn of 1878, because it wasn't just happenstance, it wasn't just a riot. This was an organized labor action that led to a series of movements that led to changes in Danish West Indies law, practice, protocol. And it had a lot of its foundational core to these powerful queens alongside kings. I would also be remiss if I did not include the griot, the historian of note, the elder still amongst us. I refer to him as Baba. Some persons just say Brother Mario Moorhead. The fact that he has been telling and sharing this narrative around the fire burn and what took place on virtually every year in different circles, primarily through Yucca, but also now in his various publications, and telling this narrative, it's imperative that the Virgin Islands legislative body, and of course with the support of the executive branch, puts in policy something formal for not only the monuments, but for the ongoing educational infusion of all things related to fire burn. The same way we remember Valentine's Day, the same way we remember Christmas and Thanksgiving, the same way that we remember Carnival. Nobody got to tell nobody when Carnival dates come. They just got to get the specifics of which band is playing where. Fire burn is supposed to be central to that. Just like Virgin Islands Emancipation has to take its own space and precedence, yeah? So when we're speaking of fire burn, you know, again, people like my Austin Williams, those are the living elders that shared many of these narratives with me. My mother at 99 remembers what she knew coming out of different parts of the Caribbean about the fire burn of 1878. Neb Kara Hedi Shatapaheru, you know him as Carl Christopher, has been sharing this. Leona Brady Watson gave us opportunities to share the narrative and to explore how can we honor a woman and have her edifices supposedly placed in significant spaces, and we don't honor where she's buried. I'm putting this out there so that when we're looking at this particular bill, you know, we need to remember the research of Attorney Wayne James, former senator of the legislature, you know, the work of his niece, Oshana James, bringing this forth, this truth, sound power, all of these different elements. And I'm open to questions, but I think the real inquiry is what took us so long to honor our significant historical icons. Even in Antigua, they were her birthplace specific, Queen Mary Thomas's birthplace, honored to know of this connection with their brothers and sisters in St. Croix through such a great freedom fighter. So with that, I will close and just encourage that the only piece that I encourage here is that we start to give those names and share those names freely, you know, highlight the fact that we have a number of brothers that were executed and it's referenced, but we need to put down some of these men's names, General Paris, Joe Louis, Joseph LaGrange, George Fountain, James De Silva, Augustus George, George Adam. I'm just saying, and this is coming from pieces like Evelyn Richardson's 7th Street by 7th Street. And it's also coming out now because a number of people are researching and studying Virgin Islands history, and particularly what took place in this labor revolution that we call the fire burn, that started on the eve of October 1st, 1878, and went on. And with that, I just encourage that we bring truth to power, that we continue to build legacies, and that we keep reclaiming our accurate and historically appropriate, culturally on point narratives from the people of here, from here, respecting here. I am so honored to be able to share a short testimony.
Thank you so much for that riveting and very heartful testimony, Dr. Davis Kahina. It came from your heart. I know you've done extensive work on this subject matter and the subject matters relating to Virgin Islands history. So we definitely appreciate that you spoke from your heart on this matter. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record the testimony provided by former Senator Myron D. Jackson on Bill number 34-0146.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the members of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Bill number 34-0146, commemorating the memory of queens and freedom fighters of the labor revolt known as the Fire Burn of 1878 on the island of St. Croix, Danish West Indies. Unfortunately, due to previous scheduled commitments, I am unable to participate in the committee hearing this morning. I would like, however, to express my full support for Bill number 34-0146. It is said, if you do not know where you have been, you cannot have a clear picture of where you should go. Not knowing your history makes one vulnerable to following whims, impulses, and other who may lead you down a destructive path. That being said, I would like to commend the bill sponsor, Senator Javon James, and co-sponsors for the introduction of this bill to honor the heroines and heroes of the fire burn of 1978. Much can be said about why this bill is timely, and I am sure that we can all agree that this is about time that we honor our ancestors appropriately and tell their stories so that generations to come shall never forget the personal sacrifices they made for our full emancipation, civil rights, and our humanity and our self-determination. We are here today because of them, and we owe them a great debt of gratitude that should be reflected in our educational curriculum, public monuments, songs, and our national pride. It is not well known that a public monument to the three queens was privately funded and erected on Blackbird's Hill on the island of St. Thomas. It is also not well known that in 2010, Act number 7158 became law to recognize October 1st as Fire Burn Day and commemorate the laborers of 1878 labor revolt as a day to be revered and remembered in the Virgin Islands. In addition, in 1983, 38 years ago, Act number 4826 named Centerline Road to find a marker and reminder or any symbol of memory in tribute to our ancestors' struggle in 1878 that brought the end of our serfdom and exploitation. Today, Bill number 34-0416 will finally bring local, regional, and national attention with the erection of the public monument on the island of St. Croix to this historic chapter and milestone in the Virgin Islands history that is long overdue. I ask for your support of this legislation. A quote by Sue Monk Kids Stories sums it up well. Stories have to be told or they die. And when they die, we can't remember who we are and why we're here. Thank you for the opportunity to put my testimony into the legislative record. Senator Myron D. Jackson, retired.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. The committee will stand in a 2-minute recess. We are out of recess and back on the record. I want to first really thank all the testifiers for your testimony and putting them on the record. Stay with us. We're going to have one round of 3 minutes, 1 3-minute round of questioning. We will begin with, of course, my Vice Chair, Senator Novell Francis. Senator Francis, you are recognized.
Queen Mary, where you going to burn? Don't ask me nothing, tall. Just give me my match and oil. Bassin jailhouse is where we going to burn. Where did we go wrong? Where did we go wrong? I remember learning this in elementary school, but for some reason we fell off of the wagon. A pleasant good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for this opportunity, Madam Chair. Good morning to you and my colleagues. And I certainly want to commend the bill sponsor, as well as the testifiers for this piece of legislation, 34-0146. And it has been described as a call to action. Some have described it as long overdue. Some describe it as what's going to happen next. So I hear we pronouncing fire burn, but colloquially we say fire burn. And I want to fire burn those individuals that will be talking about our Queen Mary being a domestic terrorist. I want to thank all of those individuals that continue to keep our history alive, our culture, our traditions alive, and certainly Dr. Edward Brown, Dr. Chinzira, Dr. Chen, Stephanie Shalana Brown, Mario Moorhead, certainly Myron Jackson, and so many others in our community for their continued work. Dr. Brown and I have teamed up and also working on a restorative justice, a piece of legislation as well. And like you say, this is a call to action. We have so much work to do in this community. Director Shalana Brown, you got your work cut out for you. But the reality is, just recently during a D. Hamilton Jackson reception at Government House, former Senator Usi Richards put the Senate on notice that it's our responsibility to make sure that we're providing the funding to support VI history. And I think that he is so correct. That was an eye-opener for me. And certainly I'll do all that I can in terms of my influence here in the Senate to continue to try and make every effort for us to be able to make sure that we're promoting the VI history. Certainly, I moved legislation previously for civics, and I got a recent update where we'll be doing civics, VI-centric civics in our schools. And that legislation has been passed, it has been funded, and the Department of Education is working and putting that together. I got a recent update, like I say, and we'll be hearing a lot more about this. But I often wonder what my great-grandmother was like. I often wonder what my grandmother was like. I didn't have the opportunity to be able to conversate with these individuals, to get a perspective of them. My great-grandmother was born in 1846. Margaret Mary James. She might have been a Queen Mary herself. So, I believe it's critical and that there's no real place that you could go and put your pulse on that you could be able to obtain this information. Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you kindly. So I believe that today, yes, is a call to action. I believe that we have much work to do in this community in respect to this, because if you don't know where you came from, how are you going to know where you're going? It is critical that we can stop trying to hide our head in the sand and really facing the music. Have a conversation. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Let's have a conversation about our history, the Virgin Islands history. So I again want to commend the bill sponsor. I don't have sufficient time to even probe the testifiers, but I think that it's critical that we continue to have this conversation and really mandate and force the power to be to make sure that we're providing the necessary funding so that our ancestors could certainly be brought to the forefront and that we have information in respect to what they have done. So yes, I am in full support of this. Mary Thomas and my Antiguan ancestry will tell you that I had both bite of the apple, right? I had it twice. As an Antiguan myself and also as a Crucian. I had both experience as well as Axeline Solomon, Matilda McBain, and Susanna Abramson. Thank you, bill sponsor, for this piece of legislation. It's long overdue, and you have my support in moving this forward and also to continue to encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Senator Francis, for the time. I too want to rise in support of this measure and also to really congratulate and commend the bill sponsors, Senator James, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Genevieve Whitaker, for signing on this piece of legislation. It is about time. It's long overdue that we really pay attention and give the ladies who played such a tremendous and strong role in our history in the Virgin Islands their due. I was always curious as how Denmark had already erected a statue commemorating Queen Mary, and we in the Virgin Islands hadn't done something so critical to memorialize her existence and the role that she played. But these other queens are also commendable because they stood up and they stood strong with their belief and their fight and their energy, and they even sacrificed their family so that they could pave that way for us. Dr. Davies Kahina, you mentioned in your heart-delivered presentation and testimony about legacies. We need to start and continue to build strong legacy. We come from strong stock. We have overcome so much as a people that we should never be ashamed of our past, because that is what propels us into the future. So it's very critical and very timely. I do appreciate that I see an amendment here from Senator James, which would actually increase the amount that is going to be used to fund the actual statute in commemoration of the fire burn queens. I want to really commend him for that foresight in bringing that forward, and at the appropriate time we will be acting on both the bill as well as the amendment. I want to say something very important. When I first came in as a legislator here, I had a wonderful opportunity to sponsor a African, for a better word, to sponsor a contest for Black History Month that went into Women's History Month. And the winner of that contest, that art contest and that art competition, her rendering was of Queen Mary. I have it down in my office. Proudly displayed for all to see. She had fire burn and all of those things. So you see, the legacy is there. The legacy continues. The legacy is remembered. Even in our chambers, we have the pictures of the queens here with Mary Thomas being on the forefront. So we have that legacy, but it's now time for all to see. And hopefully with the erection of the statues, it could be one of the places that we take our visitors when they come here to the islands to actually give appreciation to our very rich and robust history. I want to ask a question of Dr. Edwards regarding your research. How many others, and I know I'm limited for time, how many other persons have, and you spoke about the atrocities that our slave master forced on our ancestors here in the Virgin Islands. Did you also look into the atrocities that others areas in the Caribbean region faced as far as atrocities that was served on them as well?
Not so much, but if you look back, in many of the islands experienced the same atrocities where individuals were killed, they were put on the rack and stretched, even though with horses, they were, hanged, amputations. I mean, every extreme punishment that you could think about was inflicted on people here in the ancestors in the Danish West Indies and throughout the Caribbean.
Yes, and I know that a lot of those things existed. I also understand, and I'm not a very good student of history, so don't hold it against me, but I understand that, in the other Caribbean islands, they were emancipated before we in the Danish West Indies were from slavery. And it speaks to the level of especially these ladies' legacy. Now, Dr. Davis.
Can I say something real quick? Just real quick to reinforce what you're saying. The British and the French, the planters also wanted to implement that serfdom system, but the governments in Britain and France said no. The Danish government under King Frederick VII and Anders S. Thorsen said go ahead and do it. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Yes, and that's what I was getting at, and I'm glad you were able to reinforce it and put that clearly on the record. Dr. Kahina Davis, Dr. Davis Kahina. Forgive me. I want to ask you, in your studies, and I know you are a real stalwart, a real individuals who have studied our history extensively. We know that Mary Thomas, she was born in Antigua. Do you have any historical information regarding the other queens where they were born, or were all of them born in St. Croix?
According to the record, and again, we are only going by what the Danish have offered, and in some instances what the British have offered. There's a lot of information about Queen Mary that's still resurfacing. So we're navigating that first. We're clear that Abramson, McBean, James, and La Otra were
Solomon.
Were here. We're recorded as born here in the Virgin Islands. There's a question on whether or not one was born in St. Thomas, but we have not been, and when I say we, I'm speaking of a number, historical documents that are coming from Dr. Arnold Highfield, things that are coming from Valdemar Hill, things that are coming from Dr. George Tyson, specific to the St. Croix enslaved database records. Those are the things that people are pulling from. A lot of that information is also made available through not-for-profit organizations like St. Croix Landmark Society, which until the hurricanes of 2017 had a very extensive reports, documents, database resources on the birthplace of the other. So that's something that's still information, and there's a number of publications coming forward to give answers to some of that for you, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Dr. Davis Kahina. Senator James, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Greetings to everyone who's listening here today. Before I get into any of my statements, I want to publicly thank Dr. Edward Brown And I know he's a very humble man. He likes to be in the background, but I have to place it on the record. I could never forget that text. I received a text to my phone, and ever since that text, here we are today. So I want to say thank you to Dr. Edward Brown. As far as Miss Stephanie Brown, she played a major role. She was very excited when I brought this bill before her. I can never forget the day. And she told me, hey, don't worry, I want to testify on the bill. And she played a major role in making sure that the bill is correct. As far as the former senator, Senator Myron Jackson, he was my good friend and colleague in the 33rd legislature. I was his vice chair when he was the chair of the Committee on Culture, Historic Preservation and Aging, so I learned a lot from him. And I knew to myself when former Senator Myron Jackson will hear about this bill that he would have supported it. So I know he has some issues that he's dealing with his family. I just want to wish him the best as he deals with that. But I know your spirit is here with us, Senator Myron Jackson. So thank you for your involvement. And last but not least, I hope I get her name correct this time, Ms. Davis Kahina. She played a major role as well. It took me a very long time to get the pronunciation right. But I must admit, we need to make sure that we cultivate a culture and a learning environment in the Virgin Islands to make sure that we have more individuals like her. And I know we will, because we have a Miss Brown in the making, and we have many others as well who will continue to carry the torch. So I really want to publicly thank you for your involvement. And I know that I'm speaking about the testifiers here today, but I can't forget Miss Frandel Gerard, who played a major role in making sure that we receive accurate and historical data and information regarding Bill number 34-0146. So now that I've established that and placed that on the record, I just want to give the people of the Virgin Islands and my colleagues a little background of what really needs to happen here in the Virgin Islands. According to my good friend and confidant, former Senator Adelbert Bryan, we need to enforce Act number 4844. You can find that in Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Section 41. That section of the Virgin Islands Code speaks to the courses of study. That should be in the Virgin Islands Code. Section C of Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Section 41 states, all public schools in the Virgin Islands shall instruct all students in the history of the Virgin Islands and basic Caribbean history and drug prevention and education. Such courses to be part of the curriculum in elementary and secondary schools. It goes on to say, all public schools in the Virgin Islands should instruct all students in a Virgin Islands cultural curriculum for kindergarten through grade 12. Based on the document that I'm reading here, on October 21st, 2013, Ms. Mary Moorhead, an elected member of the Virgin Islands Board of Election, filed a pro se complaint styled as petition for writ of mandamus against the governor of the Virgin Islands at the time and the Commissioner of Education. The complaint asserted claims for mandamus relief as well as injunctive relief under Title 5 Virgin Islands Code Section 80, alleging that the government failed to comply with Act number 4844, which provides that all public schools in the Virgin Islands should instruct all students in the history of the Virgin Islands and basic Caribbean history. Fast forward to Bill number 34-0146. We need to make sure that our students in the Virgin Islands understand the Virgin Islands history. The reason why we are here today as elected leaders from the governor come right down is because of the acts, the brave act of the Queens and all the estate laborers before, during, and after October 1st, 1878. So I, Senator Javon James, want to pay homage to my ancestors, even though I'm a first generation Crucian. Aibanya. But at the end of the day, this monument shall serve as a reminder for us for years to come the importance of the big island of St. Croix. And yes, we love our sister island, St. Thomas and St. John. But the island of St. Croix is rich in history. And because of that history, we stand here in the 34th legislature of the Virgin Islands as elected leaders. As my time is called, I just want to say, colleagues, please, I'm asking for your support on bill number 34-0146. I look forward to seeing this come into fruition. The bill seeks to address 4 things, Madam Chair, if you allow me to finish. The bill seeks to establish an advisory committee that is headed by the Governor of the Virgin Islands. And that advisory committee shall receive the funds from the Virgin Islands Council of the Arts in a total of $300,000 based on the amendment that is before us. Number 3, the bill speaks to the legislature of the Virgin Islands and the people of the Virgin Islands, saying to Denmark that the treatment and punishment were cruel and unjust. And lastly, the bill speaks for the monument to be built by October 1st, 2023. So we have work to do to celebrate the 145th anniversary of the October 1st, 1878 fire burn. Thank you, colleagues, for your support in advance. Thank you, testifiers, and God bless the Virgin Islands.
Thank you so much, Senator James. The chair will now recognize the presence of another sponsor of the bill, Senator Genevieve Whitaker, who has just joined us. Senator Whitaker, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Clear the road. I'll clear the road. Clear the road, let the slave them pass. We are going for our freedom. Good morning, Chairwoman Joseph. Good morning to you. Good morning to all my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I join in support of this measure. It speaks volumes, as many has also been placed on the record, and it's really powerful that we reached this, and I really want to commend the chief sponsor. I want to, at this time, just quickly put a few facts out and then go to our testifiers. I did hear the bill sponsor speak about the lawsuit, speak about the fact that in October 2013, and I did this in support of the pro se litigants, file a writ of mandamus for the implementation of the teaching of Virgin Islands and Caribbean history. And I want to emphasize the component of history that was the focus, and that is the focus of the lawsuit that is making its way, and it's in the Superior Court, and it went up to the Supreme Court, came back down. And I want to really highlight all those who were pro se litigants, because I will not let today pass without indicating that one of the pro se litigants among Mary Moorhead, the late Kendall Siegel Peterson, and we honor him through this process as well, because one of the things that should come out of this effort is another example of us pushing forward with the importance of teaching Virgin Islands Caribbean history. We also have Gregory Miller, everyone know him as Brother R. One of the requests that our late Siegel Peterson had was to have Mario Moorhead join as a pro se litigant. So we have essential warriors fighting in Superior Court, and the ask that I have as a senator, and I encourage that our judicial branch make a decision, because we have a law that was passed so many years ago. We're going into the 38th year we were in the 38th year of it not being implemented. And that also, I want to also at this time highlight that as the Education Committee Chairwoman, I've been working with the Department of Education through their curriculum efforts and really drilling down. And that's why I want to move quickly now to Ms. Shalana Brown as the Director of the Cultural Division at the Department of Education. I know you did provide profoundly in your testimony. I want to just highlight what are some of the current efforts being done in the schools, just to visually display our history. what are some of the efforts? So maybe top 3, if you want to highlight, that's currently going on.
Stephanie Shalana Brown. Okay. Thank you for the question. As I stated in my testimony, digitizing many records that we had for decades of research that's been done within the Department of Education for persons who were in this division. We had historian Gerard Emanuel, we had writer Karen Tolan. They all had a tenure here, and there's books like
specifically in schools. How are we putting out the information? Like, what are some of the current initiatives in the schools to get that information to the students? What are those current initiatives to get the information to the students?
Allow me to finish that.
Okay.
So we're digitizing these information because these are the same persons who are valued historians in our community, and they once worked here. And also we have had many virtual programs, because what we have done, especially since I have taken over the directorship here, is that we have been working in accordance with the law to make sure that we observe all the current holidays, and we provide media information as well as curriculum for our educators to use in their classrooms, as well as we have many virtual programs online, which we do through Zoom and Facebook Live to engage not only the students but the general community. And as I stated in the testimony, we had one for Firebond as well. And currently today is the last day for students to turn in their work who are participating in a I Am D. Hamilton Jackson project. So we've been working really hard to make sure we abide by the law. We provide resources, we provide media internally to our students and our teachers.
And we also thank you, Ms. Brown. Just because of my time is running, but I just wanted to emphasize, and then you guys have been doing very good with the Virgin Islands component. We're going to get deeper into the Caribbean. So I want to turn to Dr. Chinzira on that.
Senator Whitaker, if I may, your time has been called. The chair was just very lenient with you, knowing that you have a wealth of information that you wanted to ask and put on the record, but your time has been called for over a minute and a half.
But the Shalana came. It was like when Shalana spoke, there's a few seconds there. Can I just ask one final question to Dr. Chinzira, please? Because there was a lot of speaking before she got to speak.
You may proceed, Senator, but remember the time has been called. And
my final question goes to Dr. Chinzira Kahina. In the Caribbean portion, how do you think you can be, as the director of the Caribbean Culture Center, how do you think you could, and your expertise in general, and again, I want to thank actually all the testifiers for their work in this arena. It's incredible. Can you see how best to support, I know you've laid it out in your testimony, to help the department really work on the Caribbean portion? They have been doing a lot of the Virgin Islands history and a lot of putting that out, but I have not really seen the significance of actual Caribbean history being put out.
I think in all fairness, Senator Whitaker, I would have to say that we've been doing as much as is possible to continue to offer support for the Department of Education in general, and specifically within the Division of Cultural Education, even before my tenure within serving as the director of the Virgin Islands Caribbean Cultural Center at the University of the Virgin Islands. So there's been a number of projects that are ongoing. So whether it is to establish the calendar, whether it's around, we did have a program that came through Parent University Institute in concert with scholars like Dr. George Franklin, AKA Dr. Zay, and others, where we've gone into specific schools and have established a Crucian Studies. We call it C4 because the whole idea is to be very explosive around how we engage in Crucian Studies. And we did this as a pilot so that we could then do the same thing around very significant history, culture and traditions, and heritage knowledge and narratives that were particular to St. John, working with brothers and sisters in St. John, especially elders and millennials that are able to blend the technology piece accordingly. I'm not sure, am I still being heard? Because okay, thank you. And the second part is that, again, doing the same in St. Thomas and incorporating that across the Caribbean because of the work that we're doing ongoing with the Caribbean Studies Association, CARICOM, and several other entities in the Caribbean. So it lets us do a cross-pollination, transcultural engagement ongoing. So yes, we're doing that in support of bills like this one, in support of the Virgin Islands Department of Education, and specifically working as close as possible with the Division of Cultural Education under the direction of Ms. Stephanie Shalana Brown.
Thank you so much, Senator.
Thank you.
Davis.
Thank you.
I'm
and
sorry.
I just wanted to close on this thing. So
Senator, Doctor, I'm sorry. Excuse me, Senator Whitaker. I just wanted to say thank you to the testifiers. Senator Whitaker, your time has expired a while, and we really want to proceed with the remainder of the agenda. So if you could be so kind to be succinct in your wrap-up question, the chair would allow you just 1 minute wrap-up, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairwoman. So I just wanted to allow me to say thank you, and just to harp on what because I always want to make sure it's clear when I was asking. What we want to see going forward is definitely through the audiovisual to the different information going to the schools is Caribbean history. I collect and compile along with my staff, and I'm very excited about what's happening. But the Caribbean portion where our children are going to learn about Caribbean history has to start to come out through the same channels that are currently being used by the Department of Education. So thank you again, Chairman, and thank you to the testifiers.
Okay, the chair would allow each testifier to do a 30-second wrap-up of your testimony. We are going to vote. Just so that the listening audience know, we are going to vote on the amendment as well as the bill later on. But right now, we're going to invite all of the testifiers, since all the time has been expired, to put on record a 30-minute wrap-up. 30-second wrap-up, not 30 minutes, 30-second wrap-up. Start with you, Dr. Edwards.
All right. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Joseph, and thank you to Senator Javon James Sr. and all the other testifiers and all the other senators for it appears to support this piece of legislation. As Senator James said, I'm a very humble man, but I believe in fairness. I believe in justice. And the Danish government, I know they're watching, there are people in Denmark and Norway watching. You have to address these problems. You're not going to get away. You're going to have to acknowledge the truth as to what was done and take responsibility. And I'm so happy that, that our people are beginning to have that awareness. And when I say our people, I mean collectively, African people and all indigenous people in every corner of the world are now having a sense of restorative justice and having to go back and look at the history, look at the stories and say, wait a minute, this isn't accurate. There's a lot of pieces missing. And so I'm happy to play my part. And I thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for the time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Edwards. Ms. Brown, you may proceed with your 30 seconds wrap up.
Thank you so much. I just want to say we are all indebted to the countless individuals and historical and research-based organizations that have done the work to learn more about the Queens and generally share their information with this community and the world, such as Dr. Jansira Davis Kahina. They too are deserving of admiration and recognition. Documents and dialogues about historical facts surrounding the Danish West Indies are being re-evaluated and contextualized. I want to say the Department of Education anticipates that our numerous historical organizations and government agencies should collaborate with Danish institutions to increase and persuade Denmark to reconsider the erasure of the Danish West Indies from their school systems and their institutions of higher learning. Also, the Department of Education has a site called #GoOpenUSVI, where you can go to many of our different academic organizations, and you go under English Language Arts. And also we have a page, the Division of Virgin Islands Cultural Education, on GoOpenUSVI, and there teachers and community members can also find further resources on the Virgin Islands history and culture.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stephanie Chalana Brown, for your wrap-up and for your testimony. Finally, we'll ask Dr. Davis Kahina to please present your 30 seconds wrap-up.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. And again, thanks to the sponsors, Senator James, alongside Senator Blyden and Senator Whitaker. We're in the 7th year moving in that direction of the International Decade for People of African Descent. So bills like 34-0146 are very appropriate. It's also very fitting that at the closure of our acknowledgement of David Hamilton Jackson Heritage Month every November, which people still have to relearn, that we do not be so hard on the educators that have attempted to integrate Virgin Islands history and culture without the right network of support and without the right resources. So again, this bill becomes very important on giving an idea of the criteria and the protocols that should be established so that this could be done properly. It's also very fitting that this is happening on the Independence Day of Barbados, which some of our queens and some of our kings, many Virgin Islanders, many people in St. Croix have ties to Barbados. So while they're celebrating their independence, their 55th to be exact, they're also celebrating becoming a republic. I just want that to sink in. So when we honor our queens, when we honor our kings and freedom fighters, bills like 34-0146 give us an opportunity to connect to a plethora, I'm going to say it again, a plethora of bills and acts and resolutions that are worthy of memory, remembrance, commemoration, and my favorite F word, funding. I'm going to say that clearly. And so with that, I really am grateful to be able to share. And I'm looking forward to highlighting one person I didn't mention, Dr. Richard Schroeder, for continuing to put this literary narrative around Fireburn and our queens to the forefront, and for all that have contributed in that regard. Blessings and abundance. I know our ancestors are pleased and honored.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kahina. We really appreciate all of you testimonies today. I want to really say this is a very special day in Virgin Islands history, especially knowing that we are really going to be able to pay tribute to our strong legacy that have been laid out for us as a people. It's something for younger people to look forward to and achieve, and to be able to overcome those obstacles and challenges that they face, so they can reach back into history to become energized and invigorated. Thank you so much. Testifiers, you are now released from your testimony before the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection. Thank you so much. The committee will stand in recess for 1 minute. We are now out of recess. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record Block 2 on our agenda for today.
Block 2. The committee will receive testimony on the Virgin Islands Bureau of Economic Research operations, but not limited to enabling law and jurisdiction. Invited testifier is Alison D. Gazon, PhD, Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Economic Research.
A pleasant afternoon. A pleasant good morning, actually. Dr. Digazon, are you available? I see you there on Teams. The committee will take a 2-minute recess so that we could work out those challenges. Oh,
I am available.
Okay, you are paired. All right, before we took our recess, we thought we were having some technical issues. I'm glad that those were worked out really promptly and rapidly. Okay, Dr. Digazon, I'm sorry?
I can hear the music for the legislature really loud, the music in the background.
It's still playing. Okay, we're going to take a brief 1-minute recess. Is it still playing?
It's good now.
It's good.
No, it's good now.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, so we want to thank you for appearing before the committee, and you may proceed with your written testimony.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Carla Joseph, committee member senators, and non-committee member senators in attendance, Senate support staff, and a viewing and listening audience. I am Dr. Alison Lisa Degazan, Director of the Bureau of Economic Research. The Virgin Islands Bureau of Economic Research is not a large group, but we pack a big punch. With me today are Dr. Loritz Mills, who has been contracted as our chief economist, Ms. Bernicia Liburd, Senior Project Analyst, and Mr. Biko McMillan, our Senior Policy Advisor. I'm going to ask that they all come on camera so that they could be seen. As the former director of BER, Dr. Loritz Mills is one of our most knowledgeable economic leaders and is known for her superior understanding of the underpinnings of our economy. Ms. Bernicia Liburd brings years of economic experience and has been analyzing most of our data alongside the chief economist and managing other projects as assigned. Mr. Biko McMillan works very closely to me in research, data gathering, writing, and policy analysis. In 2019, the 33rd legislature reestablished the Division of Economic Research as the Bureau of Economic Research and placed it under oversight within the Office of the Governor through Act 8424. The Bureau of Economic Research has 2 legislative mandates. First, to produce timely, relevant, and accurate data in the form of published economic reports describing the state of and outlook of the U.S. Virgin Islands economy. Second, to work alongside several stakeholders to promote the economic development of the territory. In addition to BER's legislative mandates, the directorship has also evolved its vision to become a central point for GVI data and a data analytics powerhouse. This underscores not only our intention to testify in support of reestablishing VIVIS under the Office of the Governor, but our recommendation to specifically place it under the supervision of the Bureau of Economic Research. We look forward to offering testimony at the appropriate time. As it pertains to local and federal standard operating procedures, BER has a few which it must adhere to. Primarily those, I'm lifting my volume here a second. As it pertains to local and federal standard operating procedures, BER has a few which it must adhere to, primarily those outlined in the enabling legislation. However, on the federal level, to allow the Bureau of Economic Analysis to calculate the Virgin Islands GDP, BER must follow federal guidelines to provide timely and complete data. BER was recently commended by the BEA itself for the timely submission of requested data and reports. Our team worked around the clock to ensure we collected the data requested, and this had not been done for years. For this accomplishment, I want to take a moment to congratulate my team for their diligence and unquestionable work ethics. Of same importance, the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategies, or the CEDS, has strict guidelines which must be followed for the US EDA to approve the document. I came on board as the director of BER after the CEDS was generated by UVI and OMB. Now that the CEDS has recently and rightfully been placed under BER, the Bureau has reestablished the process of ensuring that the correct steps are taken for USDA acceptance. The US EDA is currently reviewing our submission, and we await their favorable approval. Day-to-day operations. BER has several projects in which it is currently engaged. After BER's move to the Office of the Governor, the Bureau noticed inconsistencies in older data and in the management of the data. As part of our strategy to improve the situation, the BER recently hired a consultant who has worked with us many times. He's helping to scrub the data produced in recent years and working to modernize our data storage systems. Internally, this makes data access and usage more streamlined, and externally ensures the accuracy and timeliness of data publication. The Bureau of Economic Research has been under heavy production. BER recently published the Lime Tree Bay Refinery Closure Impact Report, which assessed the repercussions of the loss of the refinery and transmitted it to the legislature. We fielded many calls from the media and the public and private sector, as internal and external entities all wanted to understand what the closure translated to economically. Next, the Bureau, along with other private and public stakeholders, is in discussions with the National Oceanic and Air Administration, NOAA, to develop a database of information pertinent to the USVI's marine or blue economy. We participate in regular regional conference calls and will be attending a USVI-specific workshop to bring us closer to completion of the USVI's inclusion in an already existing database. Another project relating to the environment landed on our desks just last week. The U.S. National Climate Assessments are congressionally mandated quadrennial reports that evaluate the impacts of climate change on human and natural systems in the United States. BER has been recently requested to assist the authors of these reports in analyzing the present and projected impacts of global change on key sectors and regions, making the information available to decision makers and the public throughout the Caribbean. Recently, the Bureau of Economic Research was tapped to be the agency that will establish a geographic or political subdivision within the Virgin Islands of the United States as a targeted employment area, TEA, based on high unemployment, so that the territory may participate in the EB-5 Immigrant Investor Program. This allows immigrants to receive a special U.S. visa once they meet specific job creation and capital investment thresholds. The EB-5 Immigrant Investor Program will bring much needed additional revenue and jobs to the territory. Additionally, BER publishes tourism and other economic indicators monthly, as we're currently collecting data for the Consumer Price Index. That and other economic data will culminate to produce an upcoming economic review report. Once completed, we will publish a copy and forward the report to the legislature. In response to constituent health insurance concerns, the Bureau remains in contact with Elan Insurance Group to better understand and simplify the avenue to insurance for the self-employed and other underinsured populations in the territory. Over the summer, the Bureau, with the assistance of the Delegate's Office, completed a white paper on the advantages and disadvantages of exclusion from the U.S. Customs Zone. It is important to conduct such studies to ensure we make recommendations to improve existing policies. The Bureau has also begun meeting with government agencies to establish a culture of interagency data sharing. It is imperative to have a point of contact for data at each agency to help us gather as much data as possible to be able to produce specific reports and prostrate the Bureau to help departments and agencies with grant applications and policy advisement. Thus far, we have met with the Department of Health, BITEMA, the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, the Department of Property and Procurement, and we're taking the steps to meet with the Department of Agriculture this week. We'll continue these meetings until we have a point of contact for data at every government entity. It is crucial to add that VIVIS's multi-agency data integration platform would significantly aid what we hope to achieve. In addition to these projects, BER frequently provides data and policy reviews when called upon by both the public and private sectors. And finally, to increase the USVI's data capacities, BER has actively assisted UVI in the ramping up and recruitment for the data science minor and certificate programs. As part of the economic development role, BER has been assisting local farmers with information needed to apply for millions of dollars in USEDA funding. At this present time, I've been attending meetings, classes, and workshops representing the interests of the government that create funding opportunities upwards of $9 million for local farmers. BER has worked with the Department of Property and Procurement in strengthening the Farm to School program in the open market segment. This economic development assignment is near to my heart as agriculture remains one of my top priorities in the Governor's Vision 2040 plan. Before we discuss the challenges faced by the Bureau, we would like to thank the 34th legislation for your approval of the Bureau's budget. While it did not eliminate all of the funding and staffing challenges the Bureau will face in the future, it does allow for increased productivity. We have since brought on a new data analyst and will be recruiting for another soon. As for current challenges, this largely falls under the general category of data timeliness. At times, there are delays in the receipt of data from lodging establishments and other governmental agencies. We believe that VIVIS will eliminate some barriers to this, but we must acknowledge that it will not eliminate all. The government of the Virgin Islands has a problem that is not unique to governments in the U.S. on any level, from local to federal. As it pertains to hotel data, the Bureau faces the problem of either late reporting or no reporting at all. This is not a new problem, though it is a problem that has been exacerbated by both the hurricanes in 2017 and the COVID-19 pandemic. We have started conversations with the University of Florida Bureau of Economic and Business Research to incorporate new ways to generate and share hotel and tourism data. We've begun cold calling all hotels in the territory, but we believe that legislation like that which we recently submitted that mandates reporting of this data would assist BER in data collection and publication. We continue to work with data systems that require a significant upgrade in the physical systems themselves and the policies that govern them. When all government agencies enact protocols and systems which allow for greater data collection and streamlined yet secure data sharing, BER believes that this will truly unlock the power of data in the territory. As a rule, I watch Senate hearings attentively, and what is noticeably missing from a body to which data is tantamount importance is specific legislation to improve data generation, analysis, and sharing in the territory. I, more than most, understand the pressures and priorities of this hard-working group of policymakers, but the failure to prepare and anticipate which is to come, no matter how mundane it may seem in the present, means only to fail to create the conditions for a thriving, prosperous VI in the future. I speak to all branches of government in saying this, and I hope that my testimony today spurs more collaboration and legislation from the Virgin Islands' greatest deliberative body about data analysis. As is evident by my testimony today, the Bureau is an active and productive agency seeking to solidify Caribbean partnerships, catapult data usage, and economic development in the territory to the 21st century. This is no easy task, but we are up to it and making great strides. I will continue our efforts to recruit and grow our research family. We strive to serve, anticipate, and manage the territory's economic research and development efforts. And we thank the committee for the opportunity to testify here today. My team and I are ready to receive your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Digazon. The committee will proceed with one round of 4 minutes questioning. We'll begin with first Senator Novell Francis Jr. Senator Francis, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning to Dr. Degazan, and thank you for your testimony, and congratulations for your staff as well, your team, in regards to putting forth some of the reports that's been generated by the Bureau of Economic Research. One thing that I wanted to say in regards to your testimony in respect to the position by the legislature to make sure that we're requesting or creating legislation for a data collection, analysis, and sharing. It's not for the want of or lack of efforts. I believe that it's critical that, we have this conversation. There's a number of pushback a lot of times as we continue to move legislation that require for data collection. So, but we endeavor to continue to do that, because I think it's critical that we have data, again, to be able to drive policy-making decision in respect to improving the quality of life for the constituency of the Virgin Islands, as well as to really improve conditions here. So I think we're all in this together in respect to make sure that we having the data to support, because it also assists us in being able to receive federal funding as well. Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So I know of a couple of legislation has been put forth in really, again, charging the Bureau of Economic Research, the University of the Virgin Islands, Department of Education, Department of Health, and other areas of government in respect to the collection of data is painstaking, because we have been at this for quite some time. And, we always have some difficulties in being able to achieve that. But I must say that I believe that you're making some strides in data collection and analytics. And certainly the work that have been done with the closure of Lime Tree is critical. And again, I want to commend your staff for doing that, as well as the other reports that you've been able to generate. The one in respect to tourism is very important, and we know that there have been some delay in being able to get that information to you, but it's critical that we're able to be on top of that type of information, because it helps us to be able to, again, drive policies as well as funding. So we'll continue to make an effort there. Let's talk a little bit in terms of how do you derive from the data collection throughout the territory? What is your engagement with the other government agencies to make sure that the information that's requested is timely submitted to you and then pass on to your staff for the analytics to help generate the reports?
So I'm excited for that question. Thank you so much. And I want to acknowledge Mr. Biko McMillan, who has been completely instrumental in that assignment. What we have been doing is positioning BER to be an entity that not only collects data, but supports the other government agencies in applications, reports, whenever they have to come before the Senate with data. So how do we do that? How do we partner with the agencies? What we've been doing is having meetings with them, with the leadership, having the leadership invite the members of their team that they believe are applicable or relevant. When they come to the meetings, we ask them to come prepared with every document that they have where they solicit information, or where they have their clients fill out paperwork. We get that information and we review it with them, and we show them the value or the type of data that they're collecting and what it translates to, what we can do with it. So then what we're doing is we're collecting all of that information, and we have a new team member on staff, a new data analyst, and we're going to be giving that data to this individual who will be creating them or putting them into reports. So not only will we now have data housed, but the agency themselves can request certain reports or certain information that they need, and then we send that information over to them. And that's exactly what we've been doing. Very tedious, but they've been excited, and no one has declined any meetings, because the agencies are in need of data and the management of their data just as much as we want to house them.
Very well. Thank you for that, Madam Chair. If I can just ask one wrap-up question, Robin, that will be able to have a couple of questions in it that I'll have the director be able to respond to.
You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you very much. Remember, I'm your able vice chair, so thank you for your kindness.
It's my pleasure. You may proceed.
Again, Director, in regards to the surveys, I wanted to ask you: do you use surveys quite often in being able to gather information, and as well as in terms of your resources, do you have sufficient software, hardware to be able to do the necessary analytics? Because of course, garbage in, garbage out. How are you making sure that and ensuring of the quality of information you're receiving so that you could derive at your most accurate data collection? Thank you for your response. My time has been called, and if you could just put that on record, I'll appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have not been doing any specific surveys because we've chosen to meet one-on-one with the government agencies and get the information that we have on hand. However, as we increase our staff and as we move toward a better computer system, we'd be able to manage those types of projects. At this point in time, we are focused on cleaning the data, making sure we have access to specific data, and be able to analyze and produce specific reports. Our next steps would be now general surveys and going out to the public for specific information. But we're trying to get a handle of what the government has day to day so that we can report to the BEA, we can report and get the GDP done, we can be able to give specific reports that are called on by EEC companies, even the Office of the Governor. And so our focus right now is understanding what data we currently have and how can we analyze those correctly.
We are allowing some leniency, Mr. Vice Chair, since you've been here and diligent. I know you have a burning follow-up question, so you may proceed with that burning follow-up question.
Very well. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask Director Dagazan, Dr. Dagazan, how can the legislature better assist you in your endeavors? I think it's critical that we function as a government and be a part of both the executive and the legislative branch and being able to collect that data as well as the judiciary. How can the legislature best assist you in your endeavors in terms of data collection?
Well, first, the legislation that we have submitted, we'd like to see them come to the floor. When I first became the director, I submitted, I think, 2 or 3 pieces of legislation. I would love for those to become a matter of priority, and we have our working sessions and pump those out. I don't know if any of my other team members, Dr. Mills or Biko, if y'all would have something specific you want to add about what you would like to see the legislature do. That's basically it? Okay. First, to start with the legislation that we have submitted to see them come out. And we stand ready to have those working sessions because I believe it is in those working sessions that we're able to get the legislation to the floor much quicker.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Dagazan. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
To my colleagues, good afternoon to the testifiers, good afternoon to the people of the territory. Director Dagazan, the question I would like to know, what are some of the safeguards that you have in place to protect the data that you do collect? Because it's so important that we do have relevant data and that's accurate.
So most of our data is secondary data. Our data is not data that's specific, sensitive, like social securities, etc. So when you have secondary data, it's not data that needs all this extra set of security. However, as we move on, you see right now we are discussing VIVIS, and VIVIS possibly becoming under the Bureau of Economic Research as one of the ideas that may be out there, which we strongly support. That's when we would have to really make sure that we improve our systems to be able to protect it. And when you adopt systems like those or information like that, You usually have a team where they make specific recommendations and we put it in place. As we grow, you strengthen your system. But for now, we work on secondary data. That's public data that is not considered very private.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. As you referred to Vivis, I was the senator on that floor that day that kept pushing the issue for it to be under your section of the government, under the governor's office. I think I put in legislation to amend it so it can go there. My colleague, we were working together. Hopefully, if we get it done, it'll go underneath this bureau because I think that's the best place for it. What I want to know is, do you think that as a bureau you are capable or strong enough and can stand alone as an agency unto yourself?
Well, to be honest, I think that is really how it should be situated. And I would like to have Dr. Mills speak on this. And the reason why Dr. Mills ran this agency successfully for many years, and the fact that we are able to have her as part of our team as a chief economist speaks to the wit and wisdom of where we want to take the agency. I want her to be able to speak on that. I think that she would have a good historical narrative, even to bring us to the present. Dr. Mills?
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lawrence Mills, and as Director Degazon stated, I was the director for the Bureau for quite a long time, in fact, 15 years or so. And one of the things that we pushed even then was for the Bureau to become a central statistics office, where, in fact, this is happening in many countries, in which we collect not just economic data, but all types of data on the territory. So in fact, I think we are well behind in terms of establishing such an office. The Bureau is more than capable of handling the types of needs and that are required, frankly. And that is one of the things I certainly would like to see, and we are pushing.
Well, as a senator, I would like to see that as well. That's the reason why I asked the question, to see where your stance is, because I think certain specific bureaus need to be standalone and outside of underneath specifically, I think this is under the office of the governor, and I think it needs to be outside of it. That is my personal choice for this agency, because I think the information that you guys collect is very vital to our economic growth and stability, and it needs to be standalone. Speaking about tourism, one of the things that you guys collect, and I've utilized your data to really see the numbers when it comes to tourists and various visitors to the territory. What have you seen across the board since the pandemic when it comes to tourism here in the territory, just to educate me and the public as well?
Dr. Mills, you want to answer that as the economist working with the data?
Yeah, we have begun some preliminary assessment of the tourism data, and Bika, I'll have you jump in, or Benicia, with some of the numbers. And the tourism sector, as we know, was the sector that was heavily impacted by the pandemic. But what we have observed, of course, we had no cruise ships for quite a while. Air arrivals were practically down to hardly any in numbers. But those numbers, we are beginning to see some uptick in those numbers. And we have good reasons to believe that as we head out into 2022, we are going to be right back on track as to where we were, at least when it comes to air arrivals, where we were pre-pandemic. Benicia or Bika, do you want to share some of the numbers that we can, to demonstrate that, in fact, we may be, when it comes to air arrivals, we may already be there?
Good afternoon. As far as air arrivals go, we are up we are up 109.2%. Last year, September, we was at 297,773. And this year, we're up to 600,022,825. For cruise arrivals, we had no cruise arrivals, as we know, but right now we are at 30,194, but last year we was at 44,2027. But we understand why that is that right now, because we didn't have any cruise arrivals. But as we stand, cruise arrivals are at a all-time, is going up, and everything is looking up in terms of that. In hotels, hotels are showing a really good uptick. However, we know that this is not the true reflection of hotel data, because we have the introduction of Airbnb into the territory. And right now, the Bureau is working on gathering Airbnb data and generating reports so we could start reporting those numbers. Biko, do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, so one thing that Biko McMillan, Senior Policy Analyst. One thing that we noted in the Revenue Estimating Conference this summer was that so many of our tourism indicators are looking at or above pre-pandemic levels, and so that's a really good thing. And so economically we're kind of coming back. But as far as Airbnb data goes, I think that's one of the struggles that we have, and we discussed this in one of the past Senate hearings, is that those newer private lodging establishments aren't always sharing data with us. And so the struggle right now is just to figure out the framework for those businesses between them and the Virgin Islands, just how to, make sure that we can get the data that we need so that we can support them and support our own policies.
Okay. So between Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, where you could potentially get a number, because I believe these Airbnbs, I think the last time they said they're supposed to get licensed to be able to do it. Oh, I am sorry, I didn't realize my time was called. But thank you for this dialogue. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence.
Thank you so much, Senator Frances Heiliger. I'm trying to be very lenient today because we just came off of the cuff of Thanksgiving, and of course, today is the last day of the 2021 hurricane season. So I'm very appreciative and in a very thankful mood with all of my colleagues, and I definitely am thankful for the Bureau of Economic Research for being here. I know when our office issued the request for them to testify, Dr. DeZong was really quick to respond with a lot of energy and enthusiasm to be able to present their testimony and a record before our committee this afternoon today. Dr. DeGazan, I want to really congratulate you as well as your team for the hard work you are doing. It speaks volume when a person who comes into a new position is able to galvanize the support of their predecessor to work with them and show them that how much you appreciate the work instead of pulling them down and criticizing. So you, having been a leader, realize the wealth of information, the wealth of work that came before you, and so you have tapped into the best person you know and who we know who could help move the Bureau of Economic Research forward. So I want to commend you as well as your entire team. You have a generational team there, which I really appreciate, and I hope that they will bring a lot of energy and substance to the data collection, which is vital for us, especially when we are applying for federal monies. Now, my line of questioning is going to go towards area.
May I make a comment before you ask your question?
Certainly, you may proceed.
So I want to say thank you very much for that comment that you made there. Definitely, I am all about pulling people up and having people show what show their skill set and not keep people in the background. No one wins when we dim the light of others. However, I want to say the way that I lead my team is that I put the vision out there, put the tasks out. And I want people, the public, to understand that the chief economist is Dr. Mills. And even though I am the director, the governor taps me for a lot of other projects. And while I may move around and I'm sometimes with the farmers or sometimes with hotel people or sometimes with EDC companies, the data is being analyzed and the real focus of the unit stays on task with my team members. I keep them engaged. I don't have anybody where they focus on one thing. We all work together, but we did continue the vision from that which Dr. Mills had. And I think that's why we're making such great strides. So I just wanted to publicly say that it is because we have kept that connection. And Dr. Mills and I worked on our PhD together, so I know what she brings to the table, and I didn't want to leave that out in any way, shape, or form. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, and know that I value your statements because it's evident that you are here to work with your team and you have them present. And I hope and well as pray as they appreciate the type of leadership that you bring, which is very integrated. I wanted to ask you some questions relative to the process you utilize for your data collection. Specifically, we have a census report that came out. I know all of you are aware of it. It's been in the news. We are talking, and it's been discussed on a number of talk shows and in the Daily News as well, and other news periodicals, that our population has decreased by 18%. Now, I know the challenges that we faced with collecting data with the census. You have people who were reluctant to be enumerated. You had people who were not here and present in the Virgin Islands. And so we had a time frame to get the enumeration completed. Is there any movement to do an updated enumeration of our population so that we could see if we could really, paint a more accurate picture of what our population looks like?
So that is a great question. And for the Bureau, we received the information around the same time. The Office of the Governor and us, we received the information at the same time. And the governor immediately texted me and said, do you believe this population information? What does your agency have to say about it? And I want to put on the record, the governor does not come to the agency and say, this is what I want to see, fix the data to say what I want to see. He always prostrates himself in a way where we report to him, he gets the facts, and then they go and make their policy decisions, and sometimes we weigh in on that. So there's no bias there. However, I personally have not had a chance to look at the information and really dive into it. I've seen articles where people are requesting that, suggesting that we take a second look at the population, etc. The truth be told, as shocking as it may be, the numbers are what the numbers are. And we would have to make a group decision. That would be UVI. That would be those that were charged with the census. That would even be the government. We would have to really sit down and make a decision as to whether or not we're going to put any type of activity in place to take a second look at the numbers. And of course, that comes with funding. Dr. Mills, you want to add anything there? Because I just don't want people to think we're just eager to do this. We understand that that would be a massive undertaking, and we just can't run on emotion. We have to really understand what the numbers say and if they are in fact correct.
The U.S. Census Bureau is in charge of the census, as we all know, and the university. We know the trend, and it has been going on for a long time, that the population has been declining. We may not believe the numbers, but the Census Bureau has methods to validate some of these numbers. So, and the suggestion that we go out, that's not an easy task. The Census Bureau would have to be the one, and we would have to demonstrate that the numbers are in fact not what they should be, in order to even get the census to pay second attention to it. But if we look at other indicators, for example, we know that the number of births in the territory, women are having fewer children. You can only look at the school enrollment and you'll see that. we know the population is aging. And so there are other data that support lower and smaller and declining population. So the bottom line is, I think some conversations need to be had with the university and others to discuss these numbers. But more importantly, we need to begin to plan. Now that we have a smaller population, what are the implications for the workforce? What are the implications for the economy? I mean, those are the bigger discussions that we ought to have. And then this upheaval in the labor market because of COVID and how the jobs of the future and how those things are going to change. It's going to have some long-term impact on our industries and occupations. So I think those are that conversation really should be more important at this point. And I think it's a long shot to get the Census Bureau to do a recount.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mills, for placing that on the record. I am a little familiar with the process. I served as an enumerator many years ago for the census, and it was a lot of work to convince persons to participate in the data collection. That's on the front end. And then I utilized the data collected to apply for federal grants later on in my professional career. So the data is critical, and you are correct. We are seeing a decline in the population, but the question still arises whether it's by 18% or maybe 5-10%. That is the real question, and for us to be able to see how far along the data and our population has declined. I also wanted to ask a question relative to the collection and your interfacing with other departments, Director DeGazan, because you mentioned some departments, which I know are really key on data collection and are really efficient and productive and responsive in producing their data. Those that you mentioned in part of your testimony, the Department of Health, VITEMA, they usually are very responsive. Now let's talk about those major departments that we have and we know are challenged. Department of Human Services, as far as the collection of the data, Department of Education. Department of Labor is not too challenged. They have a website up, but as well as our housing market, we're looking at the Virgin Islands Housing Authority and seeing the need for that level of service. What do you need? What are the needs of our people that are not being met by the services that we present in the Virgin Islands? How are you working, and how is that work being done to really have those departments and agencies interface with you and your team to get that data? Because it has to be a very collaborative work that is being done, specifically because most of our federal funding is data driven. The data is what speaks the volumes on the need. So how are you working with all of those other agencies that you didn't mention that you were working with in your testimony?
So I want to say, as it pertains to those other agencies, when BICO and I worked and decide week to week which agency we're going to reach out to, we never had it as a thought, oh, this department is going to be harder or this department is easier. We literally just had a list and we're going down the line. The thing is, when in our cabinet meeting, when I first spoke to the cabinet leaders, I said, I kind of made a mandate or a call. I'm coming, I will be reaching out to you and you have your team ready. We're going to get the data that you have because we need to start housing the data and producing better reports to support you and to support the unit as a whole. Every single one of them are poised and ready. We even have some of them calling us, when are you going to get to us? For example, energy, which, they have so much more data than I thought. Human Services, when I text with Ms. Commissioner Gomez the other day, she was eager to have me in. So we plan to do exactly what we're doing right now. Have them give to us the different reports that they are producing or the information they collect. And we decide as an entity what information makes sense to use economically, etc. Like we discussed, once we bring Vivis in, it helps us with information as a whole. But I don't want you or any other senators to think that one agency produces data more than another or is more willing to. We are the one that's going to control that. We're the one that's going to determine what information specifically we need, what we're going to do with it, and how we're going to give it back to them and in what manner. So, and then as we go through the process, we'll tweak and we'll work together and pull in Dr. Mills and her expertise. But I mentioned in my testimony as well that we do need to upgrade our system to make things more streamlined. So as we get information, it goes straight to the system instead of you write it down or put it in the computer, then you put it somewhere else. That movement of the data can cause issues and slows down the process. So without going against the budget, these things cost money.
Okay, and I really want to thank you for that because you mentioned about the data being streamlined. I'm sure you already have a plan in place and an anticipated time that you're going to be able to upgrade your systems.
Well, I do not have a specific time as to when I would have the data system upgraded, but I do know we are taking the steps right now to streamline the data that we have, especially those for the hotel and tourism. And again, we submitted legislation that would help us in the process.
Okay, thank you so much. If there's no other burning question from any of my colleagues here present with me in the hall, I will allow you, Dr. DeGazan, or if your teammates, they don't have any other pressing matters to bring forward, I would allow you an opportunity to do a 30-second wrap-up.
Okay, thank you so much. So the concept and the idea of data always sounds as though we need more data, we have to get more data, we need more data to make certain decisions. That is all correct. When I was a policymaker as a senator, I was known as a senator who was always speaking about data and about statistics and wondering how we made certain decisions if we didn't have the data. As I sit as the director now, my goal is to focus on the government first, to figure out what data we have, streamline that data so that we can make better decisions and understand what we have. If we don't know what we have, we don't know what to do with it or where the value is. So right now we're meeting with each agency to collect data, analyze the data. That's with BECO. We're working with Dr. Mills. She's streamlining literally line by line. You should see the work that they do, cell by cell, line by line of the hotel and tourism data, not even including the Airbnb. I have Bernicia here working with everyone on the team, whatever project we have or whatever data we need. The Bureau of Economic Research is a small agency, but we have so much going on. And we will continue to answer the call for data, but we need the legislature to hear us as well and push the legislation. We would like to see a Bureau of Statistics. That would be wonderful, which includes everything as a whole instead of the piecemeal. But before we even get to that, we want to first understand what we have within our government. We want to understand what the economy says, and that's through the data, and we're doing the best we can, and we'll continue to do that. Thank you so much to my team. Priceless. I do not micromanage them. I do believe in just putting the vision out, giving specific assignments, and I'm telling you, each one of them run with it. I want to acknowledge Ms. Hazel and Ms. Celine, my two other members that are not here with us. And it is my goal that we grow the agency and we continue to exceed expectations. Thank you to my team. Thank you to the Senate, senators, the staff, listening and viewing audience. We look forward to coming before you again. And I believe it's going to be about Vivis. which we are in support of. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much, Dr. DeGazan, and thank you for your team members for being present. And also, I want to thank you so much, I didn't put it on the record, for accommodating our request that you appear a little earlier than you were initially slated to appear. You definitely are a team player, and we definitely look forward to hearing your testimony regarding Vivis and seeing great things coming out of the Bureau of Economic Research. Thank you, and you and your team are released from your testimony before the Committee on Government Operation and Consumer Protection for today, November 30th. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The committee will recess for 30 minutes. And we are back on record. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record block number 3.
Block 3. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 34-0150, an act honoring and commending former Governor John Percy DeYoung Jr. for his significant service and contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands, and for his tireless efforts to help expand and grow the economy of the Virgin Islands, and naming the walkway and improvement adjacent to the Virgin Islands to the Veterans Drive Highway on the island of St. Thomas, the John DeYoung Jr. Promenade. This bill is sponsored by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. and Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. The invited testifiers are the Honorable Roosevelt C. David, former Senator of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands; Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority; Mr. Darrell Smalls, former Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works; Mr. Louis Penn, former Chief of Staff of Government House; Ms. Barbara Peterson, former Administrator, St. Thomas Water Island; Mr. Angel Dawson, former Commissioner of the Department of Finance; Mr. Percy Claudin, former CEO, Economic Development Authority; Reverend Lenroy KB, Pastor, St. Andrew's Episcopal Church; and Ms. Kanta Bastamanali, President of the Rotary Club of St. Thomas.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of this bill?
I do, Madam Chair.
Senator Novell Francis Jr., you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Again, I speak to Bill number 34-0150, an act honoring and commending former Governor John Percy DeYoung Jr. for his significant service and contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands, and for his tireless efforts to help and expand and grow the economy of the Virgin Islands, and naming the walkway and improvements adjacent to the Veterans Drive Highway on the island of St. Thomas, the John D. Young Jr. Promenade. I was privileged to serve as Assistant Commissioner and Commissioner of Police in the DeYoung Francis administration. I was one of several young individuals, some of whom you will hear from today, who Governor John P. DeYoung Jr. selected to serve in leadership positions during his tenure. Bill 34-0150 continues the time-honored tradition of naming public facilities after former governors. On St. Croix, we have the Melvin Evans Highway and the Governor Wang F. Louis Hospital. On St. Thomas, we have the Cyril E. King Airport and the Alexander A. Farrelly Criminal Justice Complex, and of course the Charles W. Turnbull Regional Public Library. During the 8 years that Governor DeYoung served, we benefited from his extensive public and private sector experience, from his understanding of government, from the time as the Commissioner of Finance, as chair of the WAPA Governing Board, and as the first executive director of the Public Finance Authority, to his successful work in the municipal bonds market and in creating strategic plans for the cities of New Haven and Philadelphia. As the testifier would attest to today, Governor DeYoung served at a difficult time. The national Great Recession did not leave the territory unscathed, and Governor DeYoung had to make difficult decisions to keep this territory afloat. Still, in the midst of economic, social, and fiscal challenges, Governor John DeYoung was a leader who moved our territory forward strategically, using American Recovery and Reinvestment Act funds to expand broadband and make critical investment in the infrastructure to include housing, utilities, and roads, always with the goal of improving Virgin Islands' quality of life. During this period, We also saw major capital projects to include the development of the Research and Technology Park, which became a reality. A significant accomplishment of the DeYoung administration was the construction of the Christiansted Bypass, a long-awaited project to create another roadway to traverse Christiansted. Recognizing the positive impacts of safer and more efficient vehicle and pedestrian travel for residents and our tourism and local economy, Governor DeYoung championed the Veterans Drive project, which, like the Christiansted Bypass, had lingered in the planning stages for decades. Please allow me to clarify this proposal does not change the name of Veterans Drive. Instead, it names the newly completed length of the walkway and waterfront improvements from the point where these improvements first meet the waterfront at the western boundary of Yacht Haven Grand Development and continuing to the west on the south side of the Veterans Drive to the Edward Wilmot Blyden IV Marine Terminal, including the waterfront improvements to be constructed in Phase 2 of the Veterans Drive project as the John DeYoung Promenade. The naming of this promenade is in honor of Governor John P. DeYoung, is a small token of recognition for his stewardship and leadership of the United States Virgin Islands. I ask my colleagues for support in this particular measure and thank you in advance for your support. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Again, we have several testifiers that will be testifying on the behalf of this Bill 34-0150.
Pleasant good morning. The chair would at this time like to recognize the present of Madam President Donna Fred Gregory. Madam President, you are recognized as a sponsor for this bill if you choose to speak on behalf of this bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence. And good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. So today, I'm asking my colleagues to support this very important endeavor. And I call it an endeavor because it's been a long time coming. It's been a long time coming. And pardon me because I basically rushed upstairs. I just got back from St. John. So I'm asking for your support on Bill number 34-0150. The primary sponsor, Senator Novelli Francis, basically gave his perspective on why this measure should go forward. And I am not going to say too much more about it other than I think it's so important that we recognize when others plant trees that they will not sit under. And that's how I view former Governor John Percy DeYoung Jr. He worked tirelessly as governor of the Virgin Islands in the 2 terms that he served. And the one thing that I'll say is, he is a leader who, if you emailed him at 3 a.m. in the morning, you would have gotten an email back by 3:10 a.m. Somebody that was always up, always vigilant, and focused on the work. And, Governor John P. DeYoung took office at a very crucial time, not only in the United States Virgin Islands, but in the US of A. He took office, I think, somewhere about 2006, and in late December of 2007, the Great Recession was on the rise. And by 2008, the Great Recession of the United States was in full-fledged blast in the United States. And of course, whatever impacts the United States eventually comes down to the Virgin Islands. And of course, we saw the recession and how it ravaged our community. And we talked about, just a few months ago, we talked about us moving forward with the return of the 8%. And I have to say that, we continue to talk about the 8% was removed under the former Governor John P. DeYoung. Yes, it was, but it was the legislature that moved that legislation to do so. And of course, we can't deny the fact that the legislature and the former governor, John P. DeYoung Jr., actually worked together to make that happen, because that was one of the only ways to, in fact, stabilize this government at the time. And I always try to remind my colleagues and the community about it when we talk about those the 8% reduction that impacted all of the government employees. But it was their way of ensuring that the government employees did not lose their jobs, and we were still able to go to the supermarkets, etc., and take care of our children, if you will. And, you know, a lot of times we forget those things, and it's so important for us to be reminded of the sacrifices that has been made to ensure that we continue to have a government that is able to stand up. We continue to have a resilient government. So the work that former Governor John DeYoung has done under his leadership, and all of the economic development opportunities that he continued to seek out as he served as governor of the Virgin Islands, we cannot forget. There is no perfect person. Myself, I am not perfect. There wasn't everything that the former governor did, I did not agree with, although I served under his administration as commissioner in my late, in the late years of his administration, the last 2 years of his administration. The only regret that I have is that he didn't recognize the leadership, my leadership prior to 2 years before his administration was out. But in any event, nothing happens before its time. So I'm asking my colleagues today to support this measure. It's a good measure. He's worked tirelessly to ensure that the funds would be set aside for this particular project, that we are seeing the project come to fruition. And he would join the ranks of all of the other governors that came before him in naming of this particular promenade. So I ask my colleagues to support this measure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam President. And it's noted that you are a primary sponsor of this legislation, teamed up with our Vice President and my Vice Chair, Senator Novell Francis. We have a significant amount of testifiers who are present with us today and joining us virtually. And I'm going to first conduct a mic check. I'm going to call your name, and kindly pay attention to the order that your name is called, because that's the order I will be calling you to render your testimony on the record on this piece of legislation. The Honorable Roosevelt St. C. David, former Senator of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Wonderful. Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Good afternoon.
Okay, we weren't hearing you on this end. Wonderful. Good afternoon to you too, sir. Mr. Darrell Smalls, former Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
Good afternoon, Senator and fellow colleagues.
Thank you so much. A pleasant good afternoon to you as well. Mr. Louis Penn, former Chief of Staff, Government House.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Wonderful. Good afternoon to you as well. Ms. Barbara Peterson, former Administrator, St. Thomas and Water Island.
Good afternoon, Senator Joseph. How are you?
I am doing well, and I trust and pray you're doing well also, Ms. Peterson.
I am, thank you.
Mr. Angel Dawson, former Commissioner, Department of Finance.
Good afternoon, Senator.
A pleasant good afternoon to you as well. Mr. Percy Clouden, former CEO of the Economic Development Authority.
Good afternoon, Senator, and good afternoon, all.
A pleasant good afternoon to you, sir. Reverend Lenroy Kaby, we had asked that he appear, but I don't see him there. And Ms. Kanta Vastamalani, the President of the Rotary Club. Okay, we have several other testimonies that came in writing. One that we will read into the record from the Chamber of Commerce, and another one that we received from the president of the Rotary Club. We can also read their testimony into the record at a later time in our presentation and our hearing today. I will now ask the Honorable Roosevelt Singh C. David, former Senator in the Legislature of the Virgin Islands, to kindly read your testimony into the record. Before you proceed, I will ask all of the testifiers to please keep your mics on mute so that we don't have any issues or hear any background noises. Thank you kindly. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and all other distinguished senators here today, as well as my fellow testifiers. My name is Roosevelt St. Clair David, and I am voluntarily here to unequivocally and unswervingly register my support for this proposal, naming the newly constructed walkway on Veterans Drive John DeYoung Promenade. I believe it is timely, it is prudent, and it is deserving. I must take a moment here to commend the two illustrious senators who have co-sponsored this legislation. The Madam President, Donna Fred Gregory, and Vice President Novel Francis. Madam Chair, may I emphasize that the Veterans Drive designation will be unchanged. No alterations, no impairments. A few weeks ago, the Daily News printed an article suggesting that the waterfront enhancement project is the pathway to economic activity. To that I say amen. Needless must I say, former Governor John DeYoung Jr. played an enormous role in getting this development on track. However, there are other testifiers who are here today who are more closely aligned with this project and have a deeper knowledge of the relevance of the recipient of this honor to it. So I will not steal their thunder. Notwithstanding the fact that all 6 governors preceding Mr. DeYoung have something of significance named in their honor, my focus will then be on other pertinent and equally important factors. I am confident that at some point in time, former Governor Kenneth E. Mapp will also have something named after him as well. There is lasting evidence that in and out of government, economic activity and development have been the centerfold in Mr. DeYoung's life's career. The Long Bay flooding project comes to mind. Against massive odds, Governor John DeYoung was determined to bring resolution to that long-standing aggravating situation. That problem was corrected, the necessary drainage was put in place, and proper road construction was applied. So now, with heavy impact on that roadway, that project has stood the test of time. Business has been enhanced in the area, and many jobs exist as a result. Additional lanes were created, which erased traffic congestion almost. And in effect, this continues to attract visitors to our shores. The walkway, which is now being named in Mr. DeYoung's honor, was all a part of this strategic plan. Similar to the late genius of technology, Steve Jobs, who helped to revolutionize the Apple computer, so did Governor John DeYoung Jr. through spearheading the advent of BNGN to the Virgin Islands, providing great opportunities to expand the internet service and making it possible for internet training stations to be set up in several housing communities. I think that was visionary. During the last half of Mr. DeYoung's first term in office, the Council for Information and Planning Alternative Inc., CIPER, was commissioned to study the economic and financial impact that EDC companies generated here in the Virgin Islands. The revelation was positively stunning. For example, we learned from that report that the EDC beneficiaries generated $14.8 billion with a B in gross sales, $1.1 billion in capital expenditures, $3.1 billion in indirect expenditures, including $1.5 billion in direct earnings, and supported 9,789 private sector jobs. Simultaneously, $90 million was poured into the government's treasury annually. Governor John DeYoung played a significant role in all of this. The ship sailed through some terrifying billows during that Great Recession, but Captain John, through his tenacity and ingenuity, kept a steady hand, even after losing over $300 million in tax revenues in one budget cycle. He saved the day by executing the solid revenue stream of Diageo, and with the bondholders having profound confidence in DeYoung's leadership, loaned his government almost $500 million to save the ship from sinking. Clever, clever indeed. Madam Chair, there is so much more to extol about this exemplary and tenacious leader, but the essence of time does not allow for this. However, it is anticipated that history, when it is written, will capture all of it. Madam Chair, at this point in time, I am going to ask the members present here today, and those who are not, to vote affirmatively. Once again, I applaud the sponsors of this legislation. I am available for questions. I thank you for the time.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Roosevelt C. David, former senator, for your testimony. It was very riveting. Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director for the VI Port Authority, you are recognized to place your testimony on the record.
Thank you and good afternoon. I'd like to first thank you, the Honorable Carla Joseph, Chairperson of the 34th Legislature Committee on Government Operation and Consumer Protection, honorable members of the committee, the legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. Thank you for your invitation to testify regarding Bill number 34-0150, an act honoring and commending former Governor John Percy DeYoung Jr. for his significant service and contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands, and for his tireless efforts to help expand and grow the economy of the Virgin Islands by naming the walkway and improvements adjacent to the Veterans Drive Highway on the island of St. Thomas, the John DeYoung Jr. Promenade. The improvements encompass the full length of the walkway and waterfront development from the point where these improvements first meet the waterfront at the western boundary of Yacht Haven Grand and continue to west of the south side of Veterans Drive to the Edward Weymouth Blyden Marine Terminal. It will also include the waterfront improvements to be constructed in Phase 2 of the Veterans Drive project, a portion of which will involve the waterfront bulkhead currently owned by the Virgin Islands Port Authority. I am honored to be given the opportunity to testify in support of the proposal to name the waterfront improvements project fronting the St. Thomas Harbor in honor of former Governor DeYoung. John Percy DeYoung Jr. honorably served this territory as its 7th elected governor. Prior to his service as governor, he was active in local politics and a prominent figure in the business and commercial banking community since 1981. He served as one of the youngest commissioners of the Virgin Islands Department of Finance. DeYoung is also actively involved in community development and has served on the boards of the business and philanthropic organizations. He was successful in his bid for public office when he won the 2006 general election, and again in 2010 when he was re-elected to a second term. He was a governor for 8 years, from January 1, 2007 through January 5, 2015. Governor DeYoung's administration is credited with numerous economic accomplishments. Under his leadership, this territory was able to sustain itself and maintain jobs during two major crises: the closure of Juvensa Refinery in St. Croix and the national financial crisis of 2008, known as the Great Recession of 2008. His administration secured major contracts, such as extending the operation of Cruzan Distillery for 30 years and the negotiation of a public-private long-term agreement with Diageo USVI. These agreements secured millions of dollars for the U.S. economy and have effectively benefited the people of the Virgin Islands today and will benefit them in the future. Former Governor DeYoung encouraged unity and sought to create more effective working relationships between all central government agencies and between the public and private sectors. I had a distinct pleasure of working closely with him as a former senator of this august body. I was also selected by the Virgin Islands Port Authority Board to serve as the agency's executive director under the DeYoung administration second term in December of 2012. I was intimately involved in the governor's agenda to mend the relationship between the West Indian Company Limited and the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Governor DeYoung spearheaded policies that aligned the operations of WICO and Viper. Previously, cruise lines would pay one rate at WICO's port and a different rate at Viper's port. This caused some contention and confusion between the territory and the cruise line operators. Governor DeYoung's new policy resulted in the establishment of a single rate for all cruise line visiting the territory. This formed an amicable relationship between Viper and WICO and presented a united front for the territory and future cruise lines negotiations. Under the DeYoung administration, the territory also realized significant increases in visitor arrivals. Most notably, there was a 40% increase in ship arrivals to St. Croix. Improving our infrastructure was a priority for the DeYoung administration. He emphasized that infrastructure development should improve the lives of residents. It is also key developing a successful tourist destination. The improvements along the waterfront of the Charlotte Amalie St. Thomas were part of his administration's mission to enhance the aesthetics of downtown Charlotte Amalie for residents and visitors while providing a safe method to traverse one of the most naturally beautiful harbors in the world. He undertook an unprecedented infrastructure development project by initiating the Veterans Drive expansion. Although the project had been conceptualized since 1970, it was under the DeYoung administration that the territory acquired the funding for $42.9 million for the project to design and was completed by the Department of Public Works. The project is twofold: to widen up the roadway for traffic and create a beautiful space for people to walk along the waterfront. Phase 1 has recently been completed with opening of both the eastern and western lanes on Veterans Drive. The completion of this stunningly beautiful project that was started by the DeYoung administration and being completed under the Brian Roach administration will position Charlotte Amalie at the most picturesque harbor in the Caribbean. It is fully fitting that the scenic and impressive development bear the name of the distinguished gentleman who spearheaded this project, former Governor John Percy DeYoung Jr. He will join the ranks of our esteemed governors who have had public facilities named in their honor, to include Paul M. Pearson Garden, back in the days, the Lawrence Williams Creamers Park on St. Croix, the Charles Howard Highway on St. Croix, the Morris F. DeCastro Clinic in St. John, the Melvin, in most recent times, the Melvin H. Evans Highway in St. Croix, the Ralph M. Paiwanski Library at UVI, the Cyril Emmanuel King Airport in St. Thomas, the Wang F. Louis Hospital in St. Croix, the Alexander A. Fowley Justice Complex in St. Thomas, the Roy Lester Schneider Regional Medical Center in St. Thomas, and the Charles Wesley Turnbull Regional Library on St. Thomas. In conclusion, I once again offer my support to Bill number 34-0150 as proposed by the Honorable Senator Nobel E. Francis and Senate President Donna Fred Gregory. It has been a practice and tradition of the people of the Virgin Islands to recognize the contribution of our political leaders, and most notably our governors, by giving a perennial honor in the form of naming a public edifice in their honor, regardless of our political affiliation or our partisan policy. I urge this body to continue that tradition by naming the Charlotte Amalie Harbor improvements in honor of former governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands, John Percy DeYoung Jr. It is an honor earned and an honor well deserved. I know as I spoke, I went over a couple of the things that were mentioned, notably by Senator Donna Fred Gregory and also Senator Nobel E. Francis Jr. But that's what happened when you send your testimony in advance to the body. I'm just kidding. With my fellow colleagues and my former John J. Buddy, Nobel Francis, job well done to both of you esteemed senators. Thank you, and I hope that all members could support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly.
Thank you.
Former Senator, the Honorable Carlton Dow. I'm so pleased that you're pleased with me saying that, Mr. Vice Chair. Executive Director of the VI Port Authority, for that very riveting testimony and for you to be able to outline the long legacy that the Virgin Islands has had to naming areas and places after our governors who have served at the highest helm as governor in the Virgin Islands. The chair would now recognize and hear the testimony of Mr. Darrell Smalls, the former commissioner of the Department of Public Works.
Good afternoon, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, members of the committee, and other senators of the 34th Legislature present, fellow testifiers, the viewing and listening public. For the record, I am Darrell A. Smalls, former Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. It is a privilege for me to come before you today to provide testimony on Bill number 34-0150, an act honoring and commending former Governor John Percy DeYoung Jr. for his significant service and contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands, for his tireless efforts to help expand and grow the economy of the Virgin Islands, and naming the walkway and improvements adjacent to the Veterans Drive Highway on the island of St. Thomas, the John DeYoung Jr. Promenade. For 2 consecutive terms, Governor DeYoung served the people of the Virgin Islands admirably. It was during his tenure that the Virgin Islands was fortunate to be the recipient of funding through the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, commonly referred to as ARRA, that was ceremoniously passed during the administration of President Barack Obama. The ARRA funding, along with various bond issuances and numerous investments, enabled the territory to make great strides in improving infrastructure from 2007 to 2014. Governor DeYoung committed to, executed, and completed several major projects throughout the territory. For example, in the St. Thomas-St. John District, the Rothschild Francis Market Square Rehabilitation Project, Veterans Drive Phase 1, the start of Veterans Drive Phase 2, the Omar Brown Senior Fire Station, the Fort Christian Rehabilitation, the initial RFP for the Fort Christian parking lot, the Main Street Enhancement Project, the side streets of downtown, and the WAPA undergrounding of electrical duct banks were completed during his tenure. Significant investments were also made in the area of mass transportation. Evidence of this accomplishment were several new Vitran buses, along with the purchase of 2 brand new ferry boats for transportation between our sister island of St. John. A great deal of emphasis was placed on the downtown revitalization project, not only as an infrastructure enhancement or beautification project, but equally as a much needed long-term economic boost. 2 projects that stand out for me in displaying Governor DeYoung's commitment and determination. These projects are the Christiansted Bypass and the Veterans Drive project. The Christiansted Bypass was successfully completed and shines today as a great accomplishment. The Veterans Drive project was not a smooth drive, pun intended, but due to Governor DeYoung's leadership, we overcame significant hurdles. It took collaboration between the DeYoung administration, the legislature, the Federal Highway Administration, various federal regulatory agencies, the Downtown Revitalization Organization, various taxi associations, the cruise industry, the Department of Public Works, and the Office of Highway Engineering, and most importantly, the community. This monumental achievement will ensure the safety of motorists and pedestrians through this busy corridor for many years to come. Of great significance to the overall enhancements to Veterans Drive was the development of the promenade. Deemed an architect's and engineer's dream project, the team wanted to ensure that the history and the beauty of downtown Charlotte-Amalie would be reflected in the overall features and design. Governor DeYoung wanted to be kept informed throughout the design process and was never shy in offering his thoughts and ideas. The ability to take in the breathtaking views day or night while either walking, jogging, or just simply sitting and relaxing had to be carefully considered in relation to its proximity to a 4-lane thoroughfare. Today, we can all take a collective sigh of relief and agree that we achieved those specific goals. The foundation has been established, and we all look forward to the final completion of phase 2 of this project. The vision, determination, perseverance, and commitment to these projects can be attributed to the leadership of Governor John Percy DeYoung Jr., and we can see the fruits of his labor today. As a former commissioner of the Department of Public Works and a Virgin Islander, I know firsthand that the intent of this bill, which is to honor someone whose dedication and hard work attributed to the successful completion of this specific project, is one that is well-deserved and most appropriate. I undoubtedly and wholeheartedly support this bill. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I will remain available to answer any questions that this body may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smalls, for your testimony. It was very on point. Mr. Louis Penn, former Chief of Staff for Government House, you are recognized to place your testimony on the record.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Committee on Government Operation and Consumer Protection. I am truly pleased to appear before you today in support of Bill number 340150 to name a portion of the St. Thomas waterfront improvements after former Governor John P. DeYoung Jr. The highlight of my more than 37 years of service to the government of the Virgin Islands was the time I served as the Chief of Staff to Governor DeYoung during his 2 terms as governor. I am immensely proud of the achievements of the DeYoung administration during this critical time. Those were 8 long and hard years, during which the territory faced sudden new challenges as well as many long-standing problems of great complexity and difficulty. The worldwide financial crisis of 2008, the closing of the Ovensa oil refinery, and the Great Recession which followed, all put severe pressure on the economy of the territory and the finances of the government. Through it all, Governor DeYoung came to work early every day and worked long into the nights striving to preserve all that we in the Virgin Islands rely upon from our economy and cherish of our history and culture. He did it ever mindful of the need to build a better and stronger future of opportunities for all Virgin Islanders. Some members of this body work with and for the governor to achieve these goals. Perhaps we remember better the shock of crisis, or perhaps we take pride in those accomplishments that are easiest to point to. But what I want to talk about briefly today is a project that has been spread over a long period of planning and construction, spanning several administrations, and one which had stalled by the time John DeYoung became our governor. However, due to the considerable effort, input, and contributions of John DeYoung and others working with him, this project is already making a visible and positive difference in the appearance of the St. Thomas waterfront and harbor. And more importantly, it is already a great enhancement in the quality of life for those of us who live here and those who come as visitors. When he took office, Governor DeYoung appreciated fully the importance of what has been thought of by many as simply a highway project to relieve the growing traffic problems the St. Thomas Town areas were facing, but which he saw as a core piece of infrastructure serving far more significant goals. For he saw the waterfront expansion and the waterfront improvements as integrated components serving the goals of revitalizing the downtown areas, stimulating economic activity, and providing recreational space for all in the community, from the young to the not so young. He understood how the quality of life of residents would be enhanced. From the beginning, the DeYoung administration took steps to make certain that this project would not remain stalled or continue to be left on the back burner, not completed. Governor DeYoung became the official spokesperson and advocate of these projects. He sought to ensure that all stakeholders, such as the Downtown Revitalization Group, the St. Thomas St. John Chamber of Commerce, the Taxi Association, and similar groups, were involved and included in all meetings and discussions on the project. He aggressively sought to ensure that the necessary coordination and funding was put in place for these projects. His efforts earned the support of the various stakeholders and revived the stalled projects. It is the fruits of this labor which moves us forward to the place where today your committee has before it a bill to name the walkway and improvements adjacent to Veterans Drive on St. Thomas, the John DeYoung Promenade. In addition, I think we should all remember and take pride in some of the other achievements of the DeYoung administration. Milestones such as the design and construction of a state-of-the-art fire service headquarters in St. Thomas and a satellite fire station in Estate Dorothea. Completion of the Middle Mile fiber optic network, bringing high-speed internet services throughout the territory. Completion of the Christiansted Bypass Highway on St. Croix, and modernization of the territory's emergency operations system through legislation that reorganized the Virgin Islands Emergency Management Agency, and which included the establishment of a new emergency call center on St. Croix and the construction of a new headquarters on St. Thomas. Finally, I've come before you today to state my belief that the proposal to name the improvements that we all see continuing to evolve on the St. Thomas waterfront is an altogether fitting and proper honor for all that was achieved by John DeYoung during his tenure as governor. His foresight and persistence has benefited us all, and he worked to achieve what was recently and accurately described in an article reported in the Daily News, that the project on St. Thomas waterfront and harbor would transform a historic treasure of the Virgin Islands into one of the great waterfront promenades of the world. I urge the committee and the legislature to support this bill. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Penn, for your testimony, which was very clear and concise. Ms. Barbara Peterson, former administrator for St. Thomas Water Island, you are recognized to place your testimony on the record.
Good afternoon, Senator Carla Joseph, Chairman on the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection. Good day to all the senators of the 34th Legislature and all the other testifiers. And a special good afternoon to Governor John P. DeYoung Jr., Mrs. Cecile DeYoung, and their family. First, let me say what an honor it is to be here today speaking as the former St. Thomas Water Island administrator that served the DeYoung Francis administration for 8 years. A special thank you to Senator Noel Francis and Senate President Donna Fred Gregory, co-sponsors of Bill number 34-0150, an act honoring and commending former Governor John Percy DeYoung Jr. for his significant service and contribution to the people of the Virgin Islands and for his tireless efforts to help expand and grow the economy of the Virgin Islands, and the naming of the walkway and improvement adjacent, let's stress that word, to the Veterans Drive Highway on the island of St. Thomas, the John DeYoung Jr. Promenade. Anyone that knows me knows that I'm not usually lost for words, that I speak what I believe to be true, and that I'm not afraid to say what's on my mind. And today is no different. But it is a very special opportunity for me to publicly share about Governor John Percy DeYoung Jr. So I want to make sure that I get the right words out because he is a very special person to me. Prior to 2006, he was John. After that, he's been governor or boss to me. And as much as he's asked me not to call him governor, I think he's just given up on accepted my reverence for him. Governor DeYoung is a visionary, a leader, and a legacy builder. The man that named the first women administrators for the islands of St. Thomas Water Island and St. John, and named endless women to his cabinet. And for the record, this is the part where I speak my mind. There were endless men that advised him not to appoint women in these posts, but he did it anyway. So thank you very much, Governor DeYoung. I remember when he first appointed me to my post as administrator, his final words as I was leaving his office at 9 p.m. were, "We're going to have fun." Now, I thought, what a strange response, especially for the job that he expected of me. But I soon learned that his fun was work. I guess emails at 4 a.m. to see if you're awake was the fun part. But seriously, we worked long and hard hours. And I soon learned that one of his missions was to create a legacy of leaders for this territory. This is demonstrated in this territory today from the Chief Executive, the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr., who's our former Labor Commissioner, our Senate President, former Education Commissioner, Donna Fred Gregory, and of course, Senator Noel Francis, former Commissioner of Police, and former Finance Commissioner Angel Dawson, and former Commissioner Darrell Smalls, who are testifiers today. The boss trained me to work quietly and strategically. He showed me how to collaborate and build relationships to accomplish the plan. He reminded me that it will sometimes take the next generation to take the plan to completion, much like the waterfront project. He also reminded me to reach back and bring the next generation of leaders along. Think like the Japanese, 100 years. Governor DeYoung was always working on the next plan to move the territory forward, the next opportunity to bring new business and jobs to the territory, Diageo, the next or shelved project that needed movement, the waterfront project or Paul E. Joseph Stadium, the next new agency within the government that needed independent leadership, VITEMA, the next tech opportunity, VINGN, to ensure that we had high-speed internet service for the citizens and businesses of this territory. I find it beneficial to define a word before using it to describe a person. So leader, the quick definition is the person who leads or commands a group, organization, or country. More defined, a leader is someone who can see things, who can see how things can be improved, and who rallies people to move them towards that vision. That is my definition of Governor John P. DeYoung Jr. The years that I worked with him, and that best describes his leadership, building relationships to rally his team towards the vision. His vision to improve the territory with this waterfront project were created by his predecessors, but his commitment was to see it through. We all know that the waterfront project had a long history and a slow birth, but that birth happened because of his efforts. Governor DeYoung wanted to make sure that even if it could not be completed under his administration, if a project had merit and provided benefits to this territory, he would move it forward. I know this proposed legislation to honor this man and that I respect is entirely appropriate and fitting. His efforts to improve the town of Charlotte Amalia with this needed project will improve the harbor of Charlotte Amalia for the persons that call this island home and for the visitors that visit our beautiful island. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on Bill number 034-0150. It has been an honor to be a part of this process to testify today, and I'm available to answer any questions should you have any. Thank you, Senator Joseph.
And thank you so much, Ms. Peterson, Fellow Ray for Life, for your timely comments. We will now proceed with the next testifier, Mr. Angel Dawson, former Commissioner at Department of Finance.
Thank you and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, other members of the 34th Legislature, my fellow Virgin Islanders. It is my pleasure and a distinct honor to testify this afternoon in favor of Bill number 34-0150, an act honoring former Governor John Percy DeYoung Jr. as proposed by Senators Novell Francis Jr. and Donna Fred Gregory. To paraphrase Mark Antony and William Shakespeare's famous play, Julius Caesar, I come to praise John DeYoung, not to bury him. Quote, the evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. Well, today I am here to ensure that the good which former Governor John DeYoung has done is not interred with his bones, but that it lives on after him by lending my voice to those in favor of naming the Waterfront Improvements Project fronting the Charlotte Amalia Harbor as the John DeYoung Promenade. It was as Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority that in 2014, I worked with Governor DeYoung to secure bond ratings on the Garvey bonds that would eventually be floated to fund the Waterfront Improvements Project that Bill number 34-0150 proposes to name after him. In June of that year, Standard & Poor's assigned a first-time rating of A to the proposed issuance of federal grant anticipation bonds secured by a pledge of federal transportation grants. It is noteworthy that this was the highest rating that any of the PFA's bonds had ever received, and that it has endured to this day with an affirmation of Standard & Poor's A rating in December 2019. This was only one of many transactions that Governor DeYoung and I worked on together during my tenure as Commissioner of Finance and Executive Director of the Public Finance Authority in his administration. So I know the John DeYoung of whom I speak here today very well. Indeed, as I stated in my swearing-in remarks as Commissioner of Finance in May 2009, it seems as if there has been a certain synchronicity to our lives, from having Ms. Fernella Anthony as a caretaker in our respective early lives before we even knew each other, to him recommending that I, a recent college graduate, enroll in the Chase Manhattan Bank's professional development program, which he had also previously completed, to him nominating me to be Commissioner of Finance in 2009, a post that he had previously held also. Of course, that is where the synchronicity ended, as the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan proved to be a better politician than I. But speaking about the current governor, it was so like Governor DeYoung to appoint Albert Bryan and me to co-chair the same task force on his 2006 transition committee. In this regard, Governor DeYoung emulated the late Governor Alexander Farrelly, who also nurtured a cadre of young and capable Virgin Islanders by having the confidence to place them in his cabinet. I worked hard each and every single day to ensure that I never disappointed Governor DeYoung, whether it was as Commissioner of Finance, where we brought the Virgin Islands government current with the issuance of its annual audited financial statements for the first in a very long time, or as Chairman of the Virgin Islands Lottery Commission, which we returned to profitability, or as Chairman of the Board of Tax Review, which won the confidence of the United States District Court that finally lifted a decades-old due process injunction, or as Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority, which achieved the highest bond ratings under Governor DeYoung's able chairmanship. And how could I forget the work that we did together on VINGN? The Scottish economist Adam Smith coined an expression, the invisible hand, to describe an economic concept of the greater public good brought about by individuals acting in their own self-interest. This is a hallmark of democracy and capitalism. But of course, there are times when government financial intervention is warranted, as has been recently proven by the COVID-19 pandemic. During his 8-year tenure, Governor DeYoung was faced with 3 successive economic crises, namely the aftermath of the U.S. Treasury's tightening of the rules governing the Virgin Islands EDC beneficiaries and the resultant negative impact on VI government tax revenues, the Great Economic Recession beginning in 2008, and the Hovensa refinery closure in 2012. Throughout these crises, I personally witnessed Governor DeYoung as a calm captain at the helm with a steady hand, ensuring that the U.S. Virgin Islands would remain economically viable by preserving access to the capital markets at reasonable rates of interest through prudent leveraging of its available revenue streams, while maintaining investor and creditor confidence. In this way, as a people, we would live to fight another day. Over the centuries, many vessels have left what is now known as the Charlotte Amalia Harbor and encountered turbulent seas, or they have sought refuge from turbulent seas in the Charlotte Amalia Harbor. And while we think of a promenade as a beautiful, paved public walk along the seafront, ours is also a bulwark or a defensive wall. In the years to come, the Waterfront Improvements Project will certainly protect our beautiful historic town of Charlotte Amalia from the rising seas of global warming and the ravages of ever stronger hurricanes. It is only right and fitting then that it be named the John DeYoung Promenade in honor of a man who himself stood as a bulwark against the economic storms that buffeted us during his tenure, and whose wise and capable stewardship ensured that as a people, we would live to fight another day. May the good that John Percy DeYoung Jr. did as the 7th elected governor of the Virgin Islands of the United States then be ever memorialized in this most fitting and proper manner. Madam Chair, I thank you.
And I thank you so kindly, Mr. Dawson and my fellow Moravian brother, for your testimony. Was very riveting, and thank you kindly for taking the time out to present it. We will now ask Mr. Percy Clouden, former CEO of the Economic Development Authority, to be so kind to present your testimony on the record. You may proceed, Mr. Clouden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the United States Virgin Islands residents, a place of promise, opportunity, and prosperity. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam President, Cabinet members present and absent, the members of the Senate present and absent, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and of course the listening audiences. I am Percival E. Clouden, a 44-year-old resident of the United States Virgin Islands. I am no doubt humbled, but to offer testimony in support of my long-time friend.
One moment, Mr. Clouden. For some odd reason, you came off of the record after you said humbled. So if you could start your testimony from the word humbled and continue thereof, because you were off a bit. So
Okay,
please
thank you.
continue.
Yes, thank you. I am humbled, but at the same time excited and honored to present testimony in support of my longtime friend of 1982, colleague, and the past governor, John Percy DeYoung Jr. John, as in John the Baptist, the leader of his people. Percy, namesake, a hero. And DeYoung, an influential Dutch name, and no doubt a Chinese dish. And if you look at him, you would see how good he looks. I met Governor DeYoung through a mutual friend, Desmond Skeet, while they were pursuing a banking career with Chase and I with Banco Popular. From inception, being John's senior, I saw the leadership qualities in him. However, the business here today is to support the naming of that newly constructed, elegant seaside promenade, the John DeYoung Promenade, after our beloved governor, John Percy DeYoung Jr. He is well deserving of it being bestowed on him, as he was the mover behind it from its embryonic stages, while he served as special assistant to the late Governor Alexander A. Farrelly. While there were some obstacles and resulting delays, it has now come to fruition. This is the day that the Lord hath made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Governor DeYoung is a son of the soil and is committed, works tirelessly and unselfishly towards the economic growth and development of the Virgin Islands, if not for the entire Caribbean and all its people, of course, with the priority to his native land. The tenacity of a man is not known by his accomplishments when things are going well, but his resolve in difficult times. That's where his strength lies, and that's where I tip my hat to my captain. I joined the DeYoung administration in 2007 after a 25-year meaningful banking career with Banco Popular. Governor DeYoung is a visionary with a unique talent for economic development, which I identified when I was the CEO of the Economic Development Authority. This served him well in leading the territory through the Great Recession. He was responsible for the following. The tax increment financing came to fruition under his tenure. That gave rise to the St. Croix Home Depot. It's an economic development tool known as TIF. the Hotel Development Law, the Sustainable Tourism through Revenue Streams, the STARS Law, the Small Business Incubator Program. I found that he had a keen sense to build the marine industry and formed a committee to foster such activities as service, training, job growth, and cash inflows. He always concentrated on cash inflows to the territory. Governor DeYoung was a hands-on governor and traveled with the economic development team on a number of missions. This showed his commitment to economic development for the territory and raising the standard of living for its people. The missions included Denmark for energy solutions, Florida for high net worth individuals, New York, New Jersey for industry, Washington to the US Treasury, where we embarked on global initiatives pursuing sectors that would yield economic benefit. In Washington, he was able to get the Treasury Department to modify the EDC law and provide an additional 30 days for investors as it relates to the residency requirement. Of significant importance was the Small Business Credit Initiative, which gave $17 million from the Obama administration to lend and relend through our Economic Development Bank. On the agenda for further development initiatives were a free trade zone for St. Croix and an EB5 center for the VI. So, we see a host of economic development initiatives shepherded by this economic development czar. From a young adult with the Fallery administration, shaping the territory's present and future. He had a special interest in securing future cash flows into the territory and the central government through economic development initiatives instead of just simply raising taxes. I speak of the famous Diageo deal and the Crucian rum deal. Now, in conclusion, John Percy DeYoung, a banker, a businessman, a dedicated public servant at the highest level, economic developer, father, son, husband, brother, and most of all, a caring individual with the highest sophistication of being human, is undoubtedly deserving of the honor as depicted in Bill 34-0150 to be bestowed in his name. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Percival Clouden, for your well-rounded comments. I deeply appreciated it. At this time, I will ask Madam Clerk to read into the record 2 additional testimonies that came before the committee. We will begin with Ms. Kanta Vasan Malani. She's the president of the Rotary Club of St. Thomas. And also, we received a letter from Mr. Shane Gaspard, President, and John Woods, Vice President and President-elect of the St. Thomas St. John Chamber of Commerce. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading those two correspondences into the record.
To the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection. I am writing in support of Bill number 34-0150. Former Governor DeYoung has been a member of the Rotary Club of St. Thomas since the year 2016. Not only is he a member, but an active member of our club. Governor DeYoung amplifies all the qualities of a Rotarian, but it's his commitment to the service of his community that sets him apart. He provides his knowledge and understanding to the Rotary Foundation as a member of the board in the role of a treasurer, a role he most certainly excels at. He ensures to make himself available for a wide range of community projects, whether that be cooking food Saturday early morning for the less fortunate or helping to deliver goodies to senior homes. The Governor DeYoung ensures to lend a helping hand. Now that his kids are too old, Grandpa DeYoung not only reads to his own grandchildren, but also to other school children. Children are our future, and it is clear that the governor understands such. Important foundations and nonprofit organizations that have been integral for our community for decades can also count on Governor DeYoung to provide support. The Nana Baby Home and Boys and Girls Club are among those organizations ensuring that all children are given love, guidance, and the support of their community. It is these contributions to his community and fellow Virgin Islanders that help create a society we can all feel pride to be a part of. The motto for the Rotary Club is service above self, and Governor DeYoung checks this box every day of the week. We are proud to call Governor John P. DeYoung Jr. a Rotarian, and we are grateful for his continued service and support. Respectfully, Kanta Vazandamali. The Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chair, Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00802. Dear Senator Joseph, the St. Thomas St. John Chambers of Commerce support Bill number 34-0150, and we are proud to have the promenade on the recently completed first phase of the Veterans Drive expansion will be named after our past president, former Governor John P. DeYoung Jr. Much will be said today about the many accomplishments of Governor DeYoung, but we will focus on how appropriate it was to name the promenade after him. The Veterans Drive expansion project had been on the books since 1972. This latest version was started in 1994. For the beginning, the project was controversial. The community did not accept the direction that was designed of the roadway was headed. Governor DeYoung provided the necessary leadership through the development of the town's blueprint in 2010 that changed the course of the project. This document provided a blueprint for the future built town of Charlotte-Amalie to follow. Former adversaries in the public and private sector came together through constructive dialogue. Both sides recognized the goal of transforming Charlotte-Amalie into a beautiful destination was common to all of us. A cornerstone of the town's blueprint was a redevelopment of the Veterans Drive. The dialogue started during the town's blueprint, continued with the final design of Veterans Drive. The project had great community support, and here are the results. The St. Thomas St. John Chamber of Commerce celebrates the naming of the first phase of the promenade for Governor DeYoung. We look forward with great anticipation to the completion of the second phase of Governor John P. DeYoung Jr. Promenade. Sincerely, Shane Gaspard, President, and John Woods, Vice President, President-elect.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk, for reading those two correspondences into the record. Colleagues, we will now proceed with a one round of 4 minutes. And Senator Francis Heiliger, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
To my colleagues, good afternoon to the testifiers, good afternoon to the people of this territory. As I sit here and I listen to all the positive testimony, it was a bit heartwarming to hear all the things that our former governor was able to do during his tenure. One of the things that I have to do as a senator is represent both sides of the spectrum. And while I was here in the chambers, I was going back and forth because my office was inundated with phone calls. I got phone calls in support, I got phone calls not in support. As we, as a public, heard about this piece of legislation and I read it, I saw the positive things, but when we're going to be discussing these types of things, we also have to look from both sides of the spectrum, and that is what I want to talk about a little bit today. For me, I have to listen to everyone. And in listening to everyone, while some come to me and say, we support this piece of legislation because former Governor DeYoung did a great job with Diageo, and because of that, all the monies that came in is what is helping us today. But then the other side of my constituents say, well, it was a lousy deal because we gave away too much. And as I sit here and I read this 60-page document that came from the Inspector General's office 10 days ago as to the Vitol deal, which happened under his administration, which is a very, very scathing report. I wonder, because in speaking to constituents, again, one half says, you can't blame him for that. He's not a member of the board. But the other half says, it happened under his administration. He dropped the ball. And I could talk about many other things where we had both positive and we had negative situations. We could talk about the guardhouse. We had a situation where a revised Organic Act says he's supposed to live at up at Government House. Unfortunately, it wasn't set up for a family. So you have half the community saying he had every right to repair his personal home, to make sure him and his family was secure. And then you have the other half saying, no, he didn't. And when you live in a community where one individual is such a interesting conversation where you see the good and you see the other side, it puts us as legislators in some very interesting positions to make these types of decisions. Now, I'm going to put on the record my personal view as it relates to the promenade. I personally would like to see it named after a veteran. And that is what I would like to see. And that is what I would like to push and support. And I'm going to make my decision accordingly because as we continue this tradition of naming things after individuals, I love tradition. But sometimes when situations are occurring and we're smack dead in the middle of them, you know, it gives you pause at times. I listen to the constituents speak. As you know, nationally, we talk about this Epstein case. that's currently happening, that just started yesterday with Ms. Maxwell. And all the reports that are tying in to this government, and some things happen during a specific administration. And we're all looking at that. EDA contracts signed off on during a same administration time period where I think the benefits at times for us to get the types of money into this territory is a good thing. But then you have some of the community questioning, why are some things done in a specific way? So while I see the positive, and I do hear some of what both sets of my constituents are saying, I have to make up my mind as to whether this is either the best time or the best location. Because for me, I am still going to say I would prefer that promenade to be named after a veteran. Thank you so much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Javon James Sr., who is joining us remotely. You are recognized for your 4 minutes. Before you begin, Senator James, we need to change the reporters. So if you will just hold tight for a moment, we're going to take a really quick break, and then we'll be right back, and you may begin your questioning. The committee stands in recess. And we are back on record. Senator Javon James Sr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes of questioning. Senator James?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, good. We weren't
Yes,
hearing
can
you
you hear me?
initially. Yes, we're hearing you and seeing you loud and clear. The visual is good, the voice and the audio is good as well. Continue.
Yes, good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. It's a bit difficult for me because to be honest with you, in my capacity as a senator, I have never met the former governor. So I can only rely on the things that are said based on the testimonies that we have received here today and some of the remarks that my colleagues have made as well. You know, I'm the young buck when it comes to politics. I haven't went to school. Anyone here on this panel, I don't know anyone like that. So I'm just being frank. I do not know former Governor John DeYoung like that. So what I have to say is, though, I did a bit of some research regarding some of his projects on the island of St. Croix. I know he was the one behind of the Home Depot project. In addition to that, I know he was behind of the Diageo project as well. Brought in some revenues into the government coffers. I know recently with Governor Bryan's proposal, when it comes to the special purpose vehicle, it ties into the revenues when it comes to that of Diageo and Cruise and Rum. So I see the correlation when it comes to some of the efforts that were done by the DeYoung administration. I'm not going to sit here as a hypocrite and act as if I know the gentleman. Like I said, I never met him before, but I will say this, to the sponsor of the measure, I understand your intent. I rely solely based off of some of the comments that were made by my colleagues. Lastly, I just want to place on the record when it comes to some of the negative things that the public has been saying, I want to echo the sentiments of my colleague in the minority. I do hear some of those concerns as far as the allegations and what have you, which I won't discuss here today. I think my colleague did a very good job mentioning that. But I would say this much. In closing, I will vote my conscience. I will listen to the remaining of the comments made by my colleagues. And like I said, I have never met former Governor DeYoung in the capacity of a senator. I don't know much about him besides what was said in the newspapers, what was done on the record as far as his achievements. So, Madam Chair, I reserve the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator James, for your testimony, for your comments. The chair would now recognize Madam President, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Matthew 22, verse 18-9. Render unto Caesar that which is due to Caesar. And I'm going to take it a little further. The reason why Jesus made this particular comment, it was in response to a joint attempt by the Herodons and the Pharisees to make Jesus stumble in front of his own people. So I'm going to leave that right there. What I would add to this conversation today is, I think I heard one of the testifiers spoke about the ARA funds in particular. And we didn't talk about education today. We talked a lot about economic development, but I want to add two pieces around education that former Governor John P. DeYoung Jr. was responsible for implementing. I know that we continue to hear of the governor's reading challenge, and all governors since Governor John P. DeYoung has continued that program. Well, the Governor's Reading Challenge was the brainchild of Governor John P. DeYoung, former Governor John P. DeYoung Jr. So you see, his focus was very much so on education in our territory. The legislation that came down around K-12, K3, and the importance of ensuring, I don't have the information in front of me, but on the importance of ensuring that we have pre-kindergarten classes in our public schools was a brainchild of Governor John P. DeYoung Jr. and his wife Cecile DeYoung. So the Granny Preschool in St. Croix and the other preschools that they've just opened in St. Thomas and the one in St. John, those were as a result of legislation that came down from the DeYoung administration. But I also want to add that the ARA funds, when the ARA funds came to the territory, Governor DeYoung said that it is important that we ensure that education benefits from these ARA dollars. And he ensured that every single junior and senior high school in this territory received and built out a science lab. Of course, our schools have been damaged, so some of those labs are no longer here. So it is my hope that we will see them rebuilt. But 7th through 12th grade science labs were built out in every junior high and high school in this territory under his leadership. So I'm not going to go back around to discuss the economic development components. I'm just going to close by saying that he that is without sin, you let him cast the first stone. John 8:7. It's important that we note this because a man is never king in his own country. He always have to go out of his country to become king. I think it's important that we recognize the importance of recognizing our own people and those that have made sacrifices, their family has made sacrifices for the time that he has spent serving as governor of this United States Virgin Islands. So I'm asking my colleagues to give strong consideration to supporting this measure. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Madam Clerk, please place on the record my 4 minutes, the timer for 4 minutes for me. I won't take up too much of my time really extolling some of the accomplishments of former Governor John P. DeYoung, since we've had a well-rounded segment of our community here present from the business and his former staff members. We've also received testimony from nonprofit organizations that he has been a part of, as well as the Chamber of Commerce for the St. Thomas and St. John district. So I won't take up too many of my time with those discussions. I really appreciate that we had a lot of people here, and so I want to ask the man who was really close to former Governor John DeYoung, Mr. Louis Penn, some questions, because it's critical. You served as his chief of staff. I've served as a chief of staff myself, and I know you see a lot of a person's efforts, the downtime, the time where they are really grinding and trying to make the very best decisions possible. And if we can really look at the caliber of a human being in making a determination, it was to be able to tell of just one of those challenging times that you saw former Governor DeYoung go through and how he has been able, or he was able to overcome. And the reason I'm asking you this is because that demonstrates the mettle of a leader, that they don't give up, that they continue to push forward regardless of what you are dealt with, that hand that you're served. So if you could give us one of those instances which was a challenge for former Governor DeYoung under when you served as his chief of staff, and how he was able to overcome that challenge, I would greatly appreciate hearing from you, Mr. Penn.
Thank you, Senator, for the opportunity. As I mentioned earlier in my testimony, I worked for...
Your volume is a little low. Excuse me, Mr. Penn. Your volume is a little low. If we could just get it increased a bit.
How's that, Senator?
It's beautiful. You can continue, please.
Okay. As I said earlier in my testimony, I worked for the government of the Virgin Islands 37 plus years. And during that time, I had many bosses of different categories. None of the bosses that I've ever had in my career as a government worker worked as hard at their job as John DeYoung. And as I mentioned, he came to work early every day and worked long into the night. During that time, as I said before, the territory was facing severe financial crisis. And that's when I saw the mettle of this man when he strived all through that time to make sure that the territory would survive that critical period of time. And I think that if you look back on where we were and where we are today, you would see that it took a great effort by a leader to pull us through that crisis.
And thank you so much, Mr. Penn. I just want to say on the record,
time.
I have had, if you would allow me, Madam Clerk, you were very loud. If you would allow me, colleagues, to indicate that I know Governor John DeYoung. I met him over many of years, and although I wasn't one of those persons who was a young person under his tutelage, because when he came into office, and I guess it's because of the economic situation that we were faced with during that time, I was one of those persons that he let go. That he said, thank you for your service. We are no longer in need of your service here. It came for me at a very critical time. I was really at a height in our Democratic Party, but I took it in stride and I said, you know, he has to make these big and great decisions. And if you have to make decisions, and even though I may be adversely impacted because I was without work, then that is a decision you make based on the landscape you see before you. I never once, and I've had discussions with him subsequently, I never once blamed him or acted disrespectful to him for those decisions. Because when you're a leader, you have to try your best to lead. There are many parts and moving parts there that you see and that everybody in the public may not see and may not be aware of. And you have to make the best decisions that you can that would positively affect the whole and move our people, our community forward. I would say that former Governor John DeYoung did those decisions. He made those hard and tough decisions. He made decisions to provide the mechanisms to help place us strategically where we are today. The bond ratings, from getting up the bond ratings, that's a good decision. From also providing and finding the funding for the bypass in St. Croix, that's a good decision. That's revenue generating for all of our people. Also for Diageo deal, I remember it vividly. There were a lot of protests. It went through, and we could say today it's a good deal because we are able to still reap some of the funds that have become a reality because of that deal, as well as the Crucian rum deal. So there are a lot of good decisions he made, and I really want to commend the sponsors of the legislation because it's appropriate. It is appropriate to name island areas, places where our governors have served. We must come into a realm of giving people their roses when they are still here on earth. Still here, and their family can see, because that's all part of a great legacy that he put forward and he has endeavored to do. So at the appropriate time, I will be making and casting my vote unequivocally, because I look at the bigger picture. Always look at the bigger picture. Too much is given, much is expected. And remember, all of us have fallen short of the glory of God. So we have to raise above and try to do our very best to move forward legislation that gives honor to persons who have served in a public position. It's not easy because you have those hard decisions. Mr. Vice Chair, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of my colleagues that have weighed in on this particular piece of legislation. The ultimate measure of a man. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in times of challenge and controversy. I had the opportunity to work with or for every single governor, going all the way back to Governor Farrelly, and come forward. And I'll tell you that none of them had been perfect. None of them were perfect. But I had the character and skill set to make sure that I was able to extract the fine qualities of each of those individuals and made sure I used them to continue my career in law enforcement and then here in the legislature. Governor John P. DeYoung Jr. gave me an opportunity. He gave me an opportunity. And I made sure that I utilized that very same opportunity to give to many individuals that I work with. I felt that the governor was a fair individual. I have a great deal of respect for him because he was fair. He was hardworking. And we know politics. Politics have a lot of agenda. And things happen because of agendas in certain forums, and things happen that way. The governor continued to live among us. Many individuals left the governorship and moved off island. This governor continued to live, walk, and work among us. He's someone that's approachable, that you could still walk, make a phone call today or tomorrow. I still get texts for birthdays, holidays, pleasantry. How is your wife doing? That's a compassionate and caring individual. He owed me nothing. He gave me a job. I did the job. He's already moved on. He don't owe me anything, but he continued to do that. That's just the character of this individual. He's not perfect, but he has the heart of his community. He has the heart of his community. His family lives here. He works here. So I'll continue to ask my colleagues and encourage my colleagues, put politics aside. Put politics aside. Every single governor have been given and was given an honor by having an infrastructure named after them. Governor John P. DeYoung is not asking you to vote for him to continue as governor. You have already done that. We're simply honoring and recognizing him for the service that he provided over those 8 years, those difficult 8 years. Family members are the one that feel the pain a lot of time of those individuals. When they had difficult decisions to make, when you can't sleep, when your phone ringing at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning because there's some crisis happening. I'll tell you, none of us know the pain and agony that an individual go through. I know in my capacity and my positions, some of those difficult times, those lonely times, being at the top and having to make those decisions, having to make those tough decisions.
Time.
Colleagues, this is a very deserving naming, and I ask my colleagues' support and moving this measure forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time. And again, I stand behind of Bill 34-0150.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. Colleagues, we're going to take just a brief recess, and then we will return to the testifiers for a 30 seconds wrap up. This committee stands in recess for a minute. We are back on records. Testifiers, I will give you 30 seconds to wrap up your testimony. Beginning with the Honorable Roosevelt St. C. David, former senator. You are recognized for your 30-second wrap-up.
Good afternoon once again, Madam Chair, and all present here today. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. And I want to commend you for the way you ran this committee. Indeed, you touched me very, very much, because you show the real human side of you. You testified here this afternoon that you were one of those people who went home during the recession, yet as a human being objective, you will support this. You will be in the affirmative. There's a place up there for people like you. And the Vice President as well, he was awesome. Very moving and touching indeed. And the Senate President, she made a point. He who is without sin, let him cast the first stone. Couldn't be more profound. And I want to thank the young senator there, the youngest senator, who had been objective. He said, I've never met this man, I don't know him. But I'm listening to my colleagues here, and I'm willing to learn and listen some more. That is profound. And that is good. So all in all, this was a tremendous experience for me. And I'm asking all of the people who have a vote at the Senate, the 15 senators, to vote affirmative. I thank you much.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Roosevelt St. C. David, for your comments. Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, you are recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up.
I think he had an emergency.
He had to step away? Okay. Mr. Darrell Smalls, you there?
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon. You are recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator. Good afternoon, fellow colleagues. I just want to join the ranks of all the fellow testifiers of the great works that Governor John P. DeYoung did for the territory and continues to do to this day. I think many of us stand here today as an example of his leadership and his dedication to the territory. One, for entrusting many of us with much responsibilities and able to helping this territory going forward. I think John DeYoung was a great man, as Lois Penn indicated when you asked him about many bosses. I personally have had many bosses, but this is one of the first bosses that entrusted and believed in me and empowered me to go forward and to help this territory to take his mission and making sure that we brought it to fruition. So with that, I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. Thank you to my fellow colleagues, to the community. John P. DeYoung Jr. is well deserving of this honor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smalls. Mr. Lois Penn, you're recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I'd just like to mention that whenever there's judgment of politicians, you will always find that there are some people who oppose. But the ultimate judge of a politician is the voters. And I'd like to remind all that Governor DeYoung was elected twice by the people of the Virgin Islands, overwhelmingly. So I think that so oftentimes we seem to forget that and dwell on the few that oppose or in opposition to someone. So I'd like to close by saying I think this honor is fitting, and I urge the members of this body to support it. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Penn. Ms. Barbara Peterson, you're recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up.
I thank you, Senator Joseph, for this opportunity, and thank you for your leadership for this committee hearing. I just want to point out and piggyback off of Senator Francis's comments when he referred to Governor DeYoung as fair. Like most of the people who are on this panel, I worked with him. I've known the governor for many years, but worked with him for the 8 years of his term as governor. And you are correct by some that mentioned that we don't always agree with a governor, or we don't agree with people that we work for, but his decisions are always thorough and fair. And I think that this naming of this promenade on the waterfront is appropriate and fitting for this man who's worked tirelessly for the people of this territory. He continues to be someone that contributes to this territory and will contribute to this territory. He's moved on from being governor. He's always a father. Now he's a grandfather. He has continued to build a legacy of leaders in this territory and entrusted people like myself to continue to bring other future leaders up in this territory. So I think it's totally appropriate and fair, and I ask the support of this 34th legislature in the affirmative to name the John DeYoung Jr. Promenade adjacent to the Veterans Drive. Thank you so much, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Ms. Peterson. Mr. Angel Dawson, you're recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I left my post as Commissioner of Finance, in my farewell letter, I wrote that even though I'll be giving up the title of Commissioner of Finance, I'd be taking on the title of private citizen, and that is, in our form of government, in our society, one of the best offices that you can have. We remain involved in our communities, and to springboard off of what Senator Francis indicated, it is really quite telling that Governor DeYoung has remained in the territory, and not only remained in the territory as a citizen, but has remained active in the territory, continuing to help many causes, many organizations, and that is a true measure of the man. I think it's appropriate that the promenade once again be named in his honor. As governor, he always had a way of bringing people together, and my observation about the promenade is that many people come together on that promenade for just a pleasant walk, for exercise, what have you. So it would be really a fitting tribute to name this promenade after the individual who finally got it moving after many, many years, if not decades, of discussion. And by doing so, continues to bring people together. So I thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of this bill today. I would like to take this opportunity to wish you and everyone within the sound of my voice a very happy Merry Christmas and all the very best for the season and for better 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dawson, for those well wishes and for the wrap up, and many happy returns to you as well. Mr. Percival Clouden, you're recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank you for having me present testimony here in support of the bill. I would like to add to my previous words that Governor DeYoung is a man with a heart of gold. He stands for excellence and is committed to the advancement of every resident in the territory. I ask for the legislature's support for this bill, and I take this opportunity to wish all a very Merry Christmas and a safe 2022. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Clouden, for those wrap up. And of course, I do wish everyone who has testified here a wonderful Christmas and all the best for the coming new year. All the testifiers, you are now released from your testimony before the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection. Thank you so much for being here today. The Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection stands in recess. We are back on record. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, I think we may have an issue. We don't have a quorum. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to roll call so we could determine if we have a quorum that is present here today.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Present. Senator Francis Heiliger present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr. present.
Madam Clerk, we didn't hear anything from Senator Javon James in his chambers.
Senator Javon James is present.
Senator Javon E. James Sr. present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Franklin D. Johnson absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Milton E. Potter absent. Madam Chair, you have 4 absent, 3 present.
Colleagues present and listening audience, we have lost our quorum. We were to call these 2 critical bills forward. One of our committee member had to leave to catch a flight back to St. Croix to make sure he is there on time for his flight. And so the committee will, and our last block of item was the testimony from the West Indian Company Limited. So we're going to proceed with the last block. Madam Clerk, if you could read into the record the letter. We're going to take a 1-minute recess. We are back on record. Madam Clerk, could you please proceed to read the last item, the last block into the record, and then thereafter read the testimony that was sent in, the letter that was sent in regarding the last item on our agenda today.
Block 4. The committee will receive testimony on the West Indian Company Limited, WICO, operations, but not limited to the enabling law and jurisdiction. The invited testifier is Anthony Otley, President / CEO of the West Indian Company Limited.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondences from the West Indian Company Limited?
Yes, we do.
Kindly proceed to reading it into the record.
The Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Senator of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, USVI 00804. Dear Senator Joseph, I am in receipt of your request for me to testify before the 34th Legislature's Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection at 1 p.m. on Tuesday, November 30th, 2021, in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall in St. Thomas. Unfortunately, due to prior appointments off-island, I will be unable to testify on this date. I will welcome the opportunity to testify at a later date. Please do not hesitate to reach out to me with any additional questions or concerns. Sincerely, Anthony A. Otley, President and Chief Executive Officer of the West Indian Company Limited.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. As you had read into the record, and for that, we will be calling the West Indian Company Limited before this committee. Hopefully next year, in the early part of next year. I did have a very extensive discussion with Mr. Otley, and he was very receptive to being called to this committee in the early part of next year. So hopefully we're looking at in January. As we took a roll call, we still do not have a quorum to proceed in acting on the two pieces of legislation that is before the committee today, which includes the bill number 34-0146, an act amending and commemorating the memory of Mary Thomas, Axeline Solomon, Mathilda McBean, Susanna Abramson, and other estate laborers before, during, and after the labor uprising of 1878 or Fireburn, and their courageous pursuit of human rights, freedom from serfdom variant, and improvement of labor conditions in the former Danish West Indies, and condemning the excessive, cruel, and unjust punishment meted out to the laborers by the Danish government. This bill is sponsored by Senator Javon E. James Sr., Marvin A. Blyden, and Genevieve Whitaker. We are still without a quorum, and so we cannot act on the other bill that's on our agenda today, which is Bill number 34-0150, an act honoring and commending former Governor John Percy DeYoung Jr. for his significant service and contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands, and for his tireless efforts to help expand and grow the economy of the Virgin Islands, and naming the walkway and improvements adjacent to the Veterans Drive Highway on the island of St. Thomas, the John D. DeYoung Jr. Promenade. This bill is sponsored by Senators Noel E. Francis Jr. and Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. As we have concluded all the business before us today, I want to take this time to really thank all of my colleagues who made an effort to be present here throughout this hearing. I also would like to extend my thanks and appreciation to the central staff for being here and all that you do. And especially I would like to thank my staff, my senatorial staff, for all the work and hard work that you do. There was a lot of hard work behind the scenes, and I'm very appreciative for their work that they've done. Our next committee meeting is scheduled for December 17th. That's Friday, December 17th. I look forward to having all of my members at that time in attendance. And I want to again say happy belated Thanksgiving. And of course, I'm always thankful that now we are at the end of the hurricane season, so I still pray that we don't have any hurricane. The Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection for Tuesday, November 30th, 2021 is hereby adjourned.
Thank you.